Hello and welcome to the official launch of Celeb TV UK. I'm Phil Wilson and tonight we begin an exciting new chapter bringing you exclusive celebrity interviews, music, entertainment and conversations with the people behind the stories. Thank you to all our guests, artists, managers, supporters and viewers who have helped us reach this moment. Tonight, enjoy a selection of memorable interviews from the Celeb TV UK archive, with many more new programmes and special guests coming soon. Where the music legends speak, welcome to Celeb TV UK.
Welcome to Phil Wilson Chats with Celebrities. And here is your host, Phil Wilson.
From a talent contest held in a cinema on the King's Road in Chelsea to then performing on stage alongside Cliff Richard, Billy Fury, Joe Brown and many more, would Eden Kane be a name as he still is today if he had not taken part in the contest? The original teen idol, Eden Kane, is back with a new single, A Little Bit of Rock and Roll, and Eden is joining me now to tell us all about his career in his brand new single. How are you doing, Eden?
I'm very well, thank you, Phil.
No problem at all. It's just fabulous to have you on the show. Yeah, after hearing your single, I was thinking, this is absolutely magical, and I just can't believe it, you know.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. I was hoping to get that reaction because, as a so-called songwriter, not of great note, like my brother Peter, but I also have written a few songs here and there. But I always said to myself, I've got to write one kind of decent rock and roll song, just because, I love the music and I grew up with it. So I just got to write one day. And when I came up with this one, I thought this is close. So
It definitely is. It definitely is. And we're going to talk about your brand new single as well a little bit later on. But I must say that you were born Richard Graham Sarstedt in New Delhi, India in 1940 to parents Coral and Albert, and grew up with your brothers Peter and Clive, sister Lorraine, and two half-sisters, Pam and June. What is your earliest memory of starting life in India?
Well, my earliest memory would be when I was very young. In those days, it was the thing to send the boys and often the girls to a boarding school at a very early age. So I was 2 years old. No, I'm kidding. I was 6 years old. Yeah, when they sent me to a boarding school, and they put me on a train. There were also people there to kind of supervise, but you get on there with my tuck box, as they used to call it, my tuck box. And off I went. And so that was one of the early memories of being packed off to a boarding school when I was 6 years old. Yeah.
And you actually attended Sherwood College, which is a boarding school even still today. And it's located in Nainital, Uttarakhand in India, if I'm saying that right. And it's known for its picturesque location in the Shivalik Ranges. I can't believe it's still around today. It looks lovely.
I can't either. I mean, I've been getting news. I mean, I've, someone phoned me. I was a couple of years ago and says, I went to the same school, mate. I said, what? I said, you're joking. I said, I thought there was only one left alive.
Yeah.
And he said, no. He said, plus Sherwood College has got this newsletter. They've got like a little booklet that they send out every month or whatever it is.
Right.
Telling you what's going on up there in Sherwood College, which is amazing.
Wow. And it actually looks so lovely. Yeah.
It's beautiful. It is an amazing place. And I must admit, sort of being away from home at that early age, it wasn't too thrilling. I thought, no, this is not good, But then at some point, my brother joined me, and that sort of helped me as he got a little bit older enough to join. And so that helped a lot. My brother Peter.
Your brother Peter, yes. We'll be talking about a little bit later on. Now, what was your favourite subject at Sherwood College? Was it music?
It wasn't music because we didn't really. I wasn't exposed to music that much, except for hymns.
Yes, a lot of them.
But that's about it. I was in the. I guess at some point I was in the choir. I think that happened maybe a couple of years later. So in those early days, I'm talking about in the 40s, I wasn't influenced. My influences came from the American music of the day in the 50s. People like country songs like Kay Starr singing "The Wheel of Fortune."
Wow! Yes.
And then there was the big band stuff, which was also very, very popular in India. It was imported from America, so it was great.
Yeah. And what kind of music was around when you were growing up? Was it the big band stuff?
It was the big band
in the Indian culture.
Well, in the Indian culture, we mainly listened on a 78, record or on the radio, his master's voice, and
yes,
and we'd be huddled around the radio as we were. Even further down the road, when I got to England, we were huddled around listening to the Goon Show, and all that stuff. So in India it was very similar. We had a gramophone, and my sisters, both Pam and June, were a little bit older than me, about 9 years older than me. Yeah. So they were into music. So I was exposed to that sort of big band stuff, Glenn Miller. And the early American blues as well.
Lots of great music on the 78s there. Yes, I'm collecting them at the minute. I'm collecting them. And Glenn Miller is in there as well. Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think that'll be the next trend that'll start. You see, it's whether you can look after them well enough. You see, because they're obviously a lot of them are 100-year-old.
I know. I know. I mean, some of those songs like, Pennsylvania 6500, and I'm going, what? What does that mean? It just sounded good. I said, what is that? Is that a
That's
prison?
right.
What is that? What is that
Yeah,
thing?
yeah,
'Cause usually it's all sort of chain gang songs and stuff like that. If you're going to listen
yeah.
to other stuff,
That's
But I
right.
thought, what on earth? And finally, I found out where Pennsylvania is and where it is.
Yeah, it sounds like it always sounded like a unusual place. It's a bit like people
Yeah,
say they're from Transylvania. You always
yeah,
think of
yeah.
Dracula.
Always, absolutely. I know. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. I relate to that a lot. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. Now you moved to a few locations in India, including Kursong near Darjeeling in the
yeah,
foothills of Mount Everest, where your parents
yeah.
administered a large tea plantation and then moved to
Right.
Calcutta in 1947. But due to
Yeah.
political unrest due to the country's newly stated independence,
Oh,
your
yeah.
parents thought it was too dangerous for the family to stay there. And
Hmm.
unfortunately, your father, Albert, moved over to the UK to set things up for your arrival, but tragically passed away before your arrival. Do you
Yeah.
remember what it felt like leaving India to begin a new life in the UK after your family's loss?
Well, it was a bit traumatic, really, because things were kept, hidden, from
Mhm.
us,
Yeah,
from the kids mainly. We didn't know how much of what was going on unless we came home to Calcutta we lived in a place called Kurseong, which is up near Darjeeling, right? So that was very secluded area, and we
yeah,
didn't know much was going on because there was unrest everywhere. There was a world war going on,
of
right?
course. Yes, yes.
And then there was unrest in India itself, and that was going on with the war, and then it was the era of Gandhi when
Yeah,
he first came onto the scene, and then by 1948, by that time, the British had sort of packed it in and said, you know, the Empire Strikes Back, and
yes,
they said,
yeah,
okay,
yeah,
so they said anybody who wants to stay in India has to live under all the rules, the new rules of the new India, or
yeah,
you can go back to where you came from, or where you think you came from.
yeah,
You know,
yeah,
so
yeah.
so so
Wow.
so my dad, he said, okay, I'm going to go to England because he had some connections there already, and I'll get things set up. And then he said, I'm going to send for my mom and the four children, and unfortunately he died, and in England,
Yeah,
and then suddenly we were left there. But luckily, my mother managed to gather the troops and make it all
yeah,
work, and we came to. But the sad part about that whole India thing, even though I don't understand everything, it's all in the history books, of course. But
yeah,
Gandhi, who was a great man and who sorted out the peace and stuff like that, and said,
yeah,
okay, we're going to take India back, and then there was Pakistan. Um, I'm getting hold on, let me just do that. Um, yeah, and then like in 1948, he died. Um,
wow.
which is I know
Such a tragedy.
it's an amazing history. Yeah,
Of course, of course. But I wanted to mention that because was a very, very, tragic loss, and I just wanted to, get your, feel on that with having to, for your mother having to make that decision to say,
yeah,
do we still go to,
yeah.
to the
England.
UK,
Yeah,
because it
yeah.
is a big step. But obviously,
Well, yeah,
you're with you moved here, to the UK to be obviously with your father, if you know what I mean. But
yeah,
yes, it's but yes, God bless him. And
yeah, yeah. I know it was just a kind of a tragic chain of events, that kind of happened, and you never know. I mean, these days, I mean, even though you never know at all what's going to happen.
yes, of course, of
You know,
course.
so like uh, Yogi Berra, who was a great baseball player. He said
Yes.
it's hard to make predictions, especially about the future.
Exactly.
I don't know why that's funny, but to me it was
Yeah. But yes, I mean, he chose a wonderful home for you there, because in March 1954, you and the family moved to the UK, residing in the Norbury area of South London. And what was it like settling into the UK and starting a new life?
Well, it was it was a bit of a shock, to be honest with you, because we'd been living in India. Then, I'd been to various, cities in India when it was still called Calcutta. Now it's Kolkata, which is very similar. And Bombay. My mother's father was a doctor in Bombay at the time as well. But he passed away, of course. And so. Generally speaking, except for the Darjeeling thing, the weather was slightly different. So when we arrived at Tilbury Docks on the ship called the ship called the Chusan, actually, and suddenly it was reality strikes. It was like a cold, wintry day, and you go out on deck and it's freezing. Going, holy shit! What is this?
You're going, oh my god!
And even though I was only like 14, I do remember it was like and then suddenly we had to assimilate into a whole different world, because the colonial so-called lifestyle was slightly different,
Yes.
And so suddenly, boom, we got to find a school for you. Okay. And got to do this, and you got to, and I mean, we didn't speak to the neighbors there, and they didn't speak to us, in the beginning. But pretty soon it took a few months to kind of slowly, get with what was going on and the new life, it took a while, but eventually it was great.
That's right. You'll have went from wearing shorts and t-shirt to wearing like a body warmer and
scarves and all that stuff. Absolutely, and overcoats. Yeah. Right.
What a massive change! My goodness.
Well, the weather's changing there. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. Because India, there, it's always, the heat is always turned up, and sometimes the heat is, really turned up.
Yeah. No, I know. My brother, Clive. He used to live in Spain before he unfortunately passed away. But every just after Christmas, January, he would take his family and go to Goa. I mean, he was even though he wasn't, he didn't spend many years in India. But Goa is a fantastic holiday resort that a lot of people do go to, and so he went there almost every year, and he loved it, on the beach and fantastic weather, etc. Yeah,
that's right. Very picturesque as well. Very luxurious.
Yeah, and it's also a good place to get a knee replacement.
It probably is, yes. Excellent.
Yeah. He was in, so he in fact, that's what he did. It was really, I know this is beside the point, but one day he said, I'm going to India. He said, I found this great doctor in India, in Goa. He said, and he's going to replace both my knees. And I said, what? He said, yeah. He said, I'm going to do my therapy on the beach and the whole thing. And he did it. And it was perfect. It was perfect. I know, because when he was living in Spain, even though there was a kind of a national health situation, it was still expensive to have that procedure, So he said, "Oh no, I'm going to go to Goa. I mean, they've got good doctors there," and off he went. Yeah, amazing.
Wow, amazing. And did the knees last long? Were they good?
Yeah, absolutely. After that, he was walking, he was running. I mean, absolutely, because he's a pretty active guy. He used to play a lot of football and stuff like that, and also he lived in the hills, in Spain, and he lived like on a hilltop, and he used to take the dogs for walks, and up the hills, down the hills, blah blah blah, in the valleys, and so he was fine. It was a big success. Yeah,
absolutely amazing. Yes,
yes.
Yeah. Don't try that at home, kids.
Do not.
Do not.
Knee replacements and then walk up a hill. No,
that's right, Dad. No, have a bit of a rest first.
Yes. Watch telly. Watch the telly. Yeah.
That's right. Put your feet up. Now, you attended Heath Clark Grammar School in Croydon, and this is when your life changed musically, and your friend brought in a guitar, which you picked up and played. Who was that friend, and did you stay friends after school?
That's a very good question. I mean, I do remember that there was a fellow called Hurst,
right,
and he may have been instrumental, manner of speaking.
I like that.
So he said, he said, I have a little guitar, and there it was, this little guitar. No, he basically, we were all influenced by Bill Haley and the early Elvis stuff, of course. I mean, following Bill Haley and then all the other great rockers that came out of America. But first, our first influence was Lonnie, Lonnie Donegan, because the skiffle thing, which was a kind of a derivation of American blues, but and that was also, they talked about the I'm Alabama bound and the Rock Island Line. You go, what are they talking about?
Yeah, that's right.
But we all sang it. We all went, oh, okay, fine, and off we went, and singing "It Takes a Worried Man," singing a worried song, and so all you needed was a guitar and not even a bass, just the old teach us thing, used to work. So I was in. So that's you're right. It's the guitar is a magical sort of instrument, and easy to pick up and play if you can, you try. So that's what started it all. Yeah.
And of course, in Croydon, you went to see Bill Haley performing live, who inspired you. And what is it like? What was it particularly that you liked about Bill? Was it
I like the way they threw I like the way they threw the chairs. No, I'm kidding. It seemed to be I mean, back in the day, I remember that a lot of people, religiously inclined people would call it the devil's music. Back in the day.
Yeah, that's right. They used to think Elvis was like, wow,
what's he doing, shaking around like that? And that's
shaking
wrong.
His legs and gyrating and things.
That's wrong. That is so wrong. But eventually everyone was doing it. Of course, there was I became one of those guys who was like an Elvis impersonator. Although I couldn't do what he did, but he was a great influence on me. So the guitar came first, and then you learn to play a few chords, and then eventually, if you think you can sing, then you sing along. And you only need 3 chords to sing a skiffle song. So that was it.
Yeah, and I don't know how many. I think it's, the Beatles only know so many chords, so they're in good company.
Well, in those days, to tell you the truth, they came along and they knew more chords than I did. That's a fact. There was no question. You listen to some of Paul's, guitar. Like Blackbird and some incredible.
Oh, yes, love that.
That's a complicated chord sequence. That's
definitely
that's very not easy to play, and they were just brilliant. They were like, wow, who are these guys? And they were incredible.
Yeah, and we're going to be talking about the Beatles and other bands a bit later on. Now, yourself, together with brothers Peter and Clive, formed a skiffle band called the Fabulous Five and performed at coffee bars and youth clubs around South London.
Yes, we did.
How was the band formed, and what kind of songs did you sing?
Well, we were doing, earlier on in the Fabulous Five, we're doing skiffle, which were the it takes a worried man type stuff,
Yeah.
And then we tried to emulate some of the American blues things as a lot of people did, like the Stones, for instance.
That's right.
Not
Yes.
not that we were anywhere close to being as good as those guys. They even in the earlier days. I mean, I'm sure that they were. I don't quite know their sort of early story, but I know they were connected to they loved the American blues. So
Well, Little Red
but
Rooster
anyway,
is one of the big ones that they had, which was real blues, wasn't it?
absolutely, and they were they were great at it, fantastic. But in our case, we were just doing what we could, trying to make it as simple as possible, and then anybody who had a van was in the band.
Right.
We said,
Okay. Yes.
So I remember we had a drummer called Bev. I remember, and I remember he had a place where we could rehearse, and he had a van. So he said,
Wow,
I
that's
said,
a bonus.
I said, you are in. That's it, mate. I don't care how you play. You're, and it turned out to be great. It turned out to be absolutely fine. Because he's very dedicated and everything, and good.
Yeah.
And so we went around to all the local. The furthest we went was like Tunbridge Wells,
Right.
Tunbridge from Croydon. And otherwise we were playing the youth clubs, as you were saying. Yeah. Anywhere we could. And
Yeah.
that's
it'll
where
have
it
been great.
started.
It's a great way to start as well, isn't it? Because, doing gigs and things like that, you learn what your audience likes and things like that. Not like just going in the studio and recording like a lot of people actually did.
That is right. And the actual success, it didn't necessarily depend upon how many chords you knew or etc. Because I know there were lots of people out there that would, but it was a matter of, it's like anything. If you get an audience, that likes you. I mean, and you even in those days, and they'd sort of gather and the word gets around that they're not a bad band. Let's go and have a look, type of thing. And that was that's how it starts.
Yeah. Yes. Yes, that's the best thing to do. Start off with your live stuff,
Yeah.
and then get yourself in the studio when you've got. Because some people can't. Some people can go in the studio, do a recording, but then they can't perform live. It's very strange, but it happens.
It certainly does. But then it happens the other way around as well. Suddenly they discover that that they can sing and that they. If you start out maybe as a musician and then suddenly you realize my classic story. I mean, I don't want to bore you with this, but my classic story with a friend of mine who wrote some songs with Barry Manilow, and he wrote like Even Now and It's a Miracle and a few things with Barry back in the day. And he said,
yes,
he said Barry was a piano player initially, and then. He started to do commercials and things like that, and then one day he sang a song for a commercial company, and the guy said, "Well, who's that singing?" He said, "Well, that's me." And because he never got into singing, and then of course eventually he became Bette Midler's musical director, but then pretty soon. He discovered his voice, and not only did he discover his voice, everybody else did too, because, came out with like Mandy and this, and it was amazing. But he didn't start out thinking, I'm going to be a great singer type of thing.
Yes.
It was one of those things that evolved, because you suddenly found out, wow, this is working. And suddenly it's one of the most popular voices you're ever going to hear, So, So then people who decide to form a band, and then you have to go on stage, and you got to do something to kind of attract people's attention, and so you do whatever it takes. Yeah.
Now, stardom was beckoning for you and your brothers, but in a twist of fate in 1960, you entered a talent contest, Eden, staged at the Classic Cinema on the King's Road in Chelsea, and in the audience was record producer Philip Waddlove. Please, can you tell us what happened next?
Well, what happened next was, first of all, what happened before was I was with my girlfriend at the time, like a few days before, and there was this newspaper, a magazine or whatever it was, and it advertised Cadbury's drinking chocolate was going to have a contest in London, and blah blah blah, and etc. And I thought to myself, well, this looks good, why don't I? So I thought, okay. So I decided to go up to London and and I found out what I had to do. What you have to do is be self-contained. So I took a little amp that I happened to have and my guitar. Yeah. Got dressed up in my best Elvis outfit and and then went and entered the contest. And you stood in line and, okay, you're up, next, you're going to be fifth or whatever in line. So off I did that. And I sang I don't even remember what I sang. It could have been like, Don't Be Cruel, or something like that. And then one of my future managers just happened to be in the audience. He had walked from his flat in Chelsea because, for some reason, in fact, I asked him. He said, "Well, I just had an argument with my wife, and I decided to take a walk. And there's this." He said, "I just walked in. It looked like something was going on in this easy lit. It's had a flat very near the Classic Cinema, and he walked in." And apparently he happened to be an A&R man. It's just right time, right place.
Amazing.
And I mean, how does that happen? It's like the old thing in the old, because they've written songs about it. And a man with a big cigar comes up and says he didn't have a big cigar, but he was the man. He was an A&R. He was an A&R guy, and I thought, really? Are you kidding me? And then after I'd won the contest, he came up to me and he said, "I'd like to have a word with you." He said, "But not now." He said, "I'm going to speak to my partner." And he said, "So, this is the same old story." He said, "Get on the bus and don't talk to anyone."
Great.
My guitar, get back on the bus, right? Then to the train, and then back to Norbury. Oh my God. And then 2 days later, I get the phone call,
Wow. That is absolutely amazing.
It's just fate, it's just, you never know what's going to happen. It's crazy,
Oh my goodness. Now, I'll tell you something that we know all about the prize for the contest, which was a contract to promote Cadbury's drinking chocolate. And with this win, your first recording was sponsored by Cadbury's chocolate, and the song was called Hot Chocolate Crazy, an advertising jingle used on Radio Luxembourg, which you wrote. With it went the title Chocolate Time Troubadour. Now, what was it like being announced as the winner? And can you remember how the song went?
Yeah, because I happened to write the song. And I did think that after I'd become the Chocolate Time Troubadour, which is, which is a great honor.
Yeah.
You're the Chocolate Time Troubadour. Oh, really? This is great. I'm going, what the hell is that?
Add that to your CV.
That was just, I mean, this is not, and I'm thinking, the Chocolate Time Troubadour. And so, okay, what? So anyway, so it just at the time, I was also dabbling around trying to write songs, and so I came up with the thing, hoping that the Cadburys would use it as like a main commercial. They may have used it once or something way back. I don't recall it ever being played on the radio to really, as it were, because the song went, "My baby don't care about my kiss, and all she wants is hot chocolate," and it's,
right.
all she's thinking is a hot chocolate drink. I'm thinking, So as you can see, that had the earmarks of success written all over it.
Of course.
So anyway, so my managers to be said, we got to get rid of this. He said,
Yeah.
you can't be the chocolate time troubadour. You know, he said, that's ridiculous. You know, and all this hot chocolate. And even though they did, I did go into Pie Records at the time, it's called, and they were the A&R guys for Pie Records. And and so we recorded Hot Chocolate Crazy. It's out there somewhere, and but nothing ever happened with it. Nothing. So they said we got to move on, and then other things happened after that.
And it was a lifetime supply of chocolate written in the contract.
No. All I was doing was wandering around annoying people in coffee bars, you know, with my guitar. Come a little bit closer. Shut up. You know, I'm trying to drink here. Is that hot chocolate? No, it isn't. Yeah.
Why not? Get it in your cup. Oh, I'll keep on playing the song.
I was not a very good, troubadour, so called. But that I got out of that. You know, my managers actually got me out.
And
Sorry
eventually you signed to Decca Records, but was asked to have a stage name instead of Richard Graham Sarstedt. Now, did you have any say in the name and your image, or did the label and management help with that?
The management helped with that. The label didn't really have much say in it because, except for the fact that they said, okay, we're going to take you on, you know. So then my managers, and they trusted my managers because they were already successful in their own way. You know, both of them had great success. Well, a lot of success in various parts of the business. In fact, Michael Barclay, who's no longer with us, but he had some amazing success. I think he even recorded Lonnie, you know, and quite other people. Philip, on the other hand, also had radio shows. He you know, so they were both quite prolific in their own way. So you know, Decca just probably said, "Well, go ahead, let's go." You know, you got the boy. You know, let's do. So they were instrumental. They actually found the songwriter who was already successful. His name was Johnny Worth, and he'd written a song for Adam Faith, you know, called "What Do You Want?" What do you want? He had written that song.
Oh yes, I know that one. Yeah, what do you want if you don't want? Yeah, cool.
Yeah, baby. Yeah,
baby. That's right.
Yeah. No, it's funny. One word can really make it happen. So, or the way you say it, whatever. So. So they said, right, you know, we have a new singer here, and we're going to call him Eden Kane. But they changed the name because one of the reasons was because Citizen Kane had been Michael's favorite. They're going, what should we call this bloke? You know, Richard Sarst is not going to work. So then one of them came up with Kane, which is Michael. And he said because his favorite movie was Citizen Kane, and so he called me Kane. Yeah, and then I guess Philip or someone came up with Eden. That no one knows. That's a mystery. You know, the Garden of. Yeah, no. Aside from that, it's just that they wanted to have something that would look good on a marquee, basically.
Yeah.
You know, they said, we need something that's going to look like, you know, yeah. So. That was my understanding anyway, and I'm not at that point. I was happy to do anything, you know, because let's face it, you know, that the whatchamacallit, the lure of success or whatever you want to call it, you know, and then you say, okay, what do I have to do? Name it.
That's right.
You know?
That's right. Because I mean, to be discovered. As you were, and then for Decca to take you on, who were even a big label, then, with all of
Yeah.
the artists that they'd had and obviously all of the music that they had. So, yeah, I
Right.
understand where you're coming from there. Now,
Yeah.
1 year after recording your Hot Chocolate Crazy release, your debut single for Decca changed your life forever, scoring a
That's
UK
right.
#1 with Well, I Ask You, which was in the summer of 1961, spending 1 week at the top and 21 weeks on the chart in the UK. Where were you when you found out the news?
I think I was at home in Norbury. And because at that point, everything happened so quickly. Once, once something like that does happen, they knew more than I did, the managers, and they said, well, we got to get this thing rolling. And then they started to promote the song. And I didn't know what was going on. They just told me they hired a publicity guy called Michael McGrath, okay, who was, in those days, was the guy that did the PR, for up and coming people or whoever. And so they said, okay. And so I was doing all the little promotional things and, photo shoots and things. And then I didn't, I wasn't aware that the song was, it's number 42 now. And then it's going to I somehow didn't. And then eventually they did say, okay, it's climbing the charts. And then I got the phone call in London, said, you better listen to the radio. I said, well, what time? He said, coming up at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Have a listen. And sure enough, they started to play Well, I Ask You. I thought, oh my God, So it was, it was like, it was so fast at the time.
And so surreal as well. I mean, after, I saw that on a later date, you actually appeared on Top of the Pops. But at the time, there was no such thing as that. There wasn't anything that was on the television because I think you had things like the Light program on the BBC and things like that. So you probably had to listen to Luxembourg or something,
Yeah, well, I must admit that there was something before that. In the very late 50s, because that was also a bit of an influence on me when they did Jack Good's Oh Boy.
Right. Yes.
And so there was a period there, like in the very late 50s, at 58, 59, and that's where Marty and Joe and Cliff and a lot of other. Billy Fury, of course, and
yes.
So there were a few years ahead of me, So by 1961, that show had already been on, on the telly, So that was also an influence on me. When I saw Cliff come out and sing "Move It," I mean, the whole country went whoa, right? And so that came before Well, I Ask You,
some great a great tune it is as well. Well, I Ask You as well. So did your life change overnight, instantly?
Well, no. It was. It changed in the way. I mean, I wasn't like suddenly living at the Savoy,
right.
No, I mean, I was still in Norbury, and so that in that respect, but because I did have a hit record, it took a little bit to say, okay, now we're going to develop the show, get your act together. So let's get our act together, son, and blah blah blah. And then it was the days of Larry Parnes, where he had all the his stable of rockers, and they all people who work for, like Billy, for instance. I think Billy did stuff with Larry, and then next thing you know, I was on tour with Billy Fury.
Wow,
it was
amazing.
I know. So in that respect, it changed. But my actual life, in that, I didn't suddenly go out and buy a Maserati,
Right.
not on 20 quid a week,
No, no,
So,
no. That's right.
yeah, because
That's right.
the money part of it, as far as the change is concerned, that happened very slowly
I bet
to get
it did as
to
well.
get anything because your life is controlled by other aspects, of the business, type of thing, because got to make the investment before you collect.
Of course, because all those millions of records cost a lot of money to press.
They cost money to press, and then there was the expenses, expense to record them, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and everybody, everybody gets a piece of the action.
Exactly. Now, the famous promoters Larry Parnes and Arthur Howe soon had you touring with Cliff Richard, Billy Fury, Joe Brown, Helen Shapiro, Marty Wilde, who I've spoke to in the past, and he's a great man, John Layton, and of course Dusty Springfield, to name but just a few.
Yeah.
What was it like on the road, and do you have any funny stories to tell about the tours?
Oh, gosh, I hate to say it, there are other people who have much funnier stories than me, where people where they're getting all intimate with the audience, blah blah blah, and then they fall off the stage. So I wonder if you're lonesome. But there are quite a few stories, and of course Joe and Marty, and not so much Cliff. Cliff was very much like the icon. People looked to Cliff. I did work with Marty, and that came later when I was we're on the Solid Gold shows, which was down the road a little bit further along. But the early days, we were all I worked mainly with Billy and people like Helen Shapiro and places like that, people like that. Dusty came along later because we had the same manager. Right. His name was Vic Billings. Yeah. Right. So she appeared much later, and then we were together because we had the same manager, and we both had songs together in the charts at the time. One was she had "I Only Want to Be with You," and I had Boys Cry.
Where has been your most memorable performance so far?
That's a good one. I think aside from a performance that I did in Australia, I was on tour with the Searchers and some other people, Roy Orbison at a different time. But there's that first tour of Australia. It was probably very instrumental because I'd lost my luggage. I'd had all this new. I had all my new outfits and all this kind of stuff ready to go. And we got to Australia and no luggage.
Oh, my goodness.
All I could, the shop, we were staying at this hotel, and there was a gift shop there. Right. And I got a t-shirt. It was a long sleeve striped t-shirt. I said, this is it. I'm going to have to wear this thing, So instead of the sort of velvet suit and all, that whole, the whole Magilla. And I thought, oh my God, oh shit, this is not good. So I went on stage and did in the thing, and it went down very well. All of a sudden, they said, oh my God, he's. In other words, the Australian audience. How shall I put it? They don't like posers, as they say,
Oh, yes,
so if they say, he's a bloody poser, jump in the pool,
right.
Come on, you bloody poser. Yeah,
That's
exactly
right.
type of thing. So if somehow I came off as a non-poser,
Which was a relief to you.
Because the audience is just ready, get off, all this kind of, if you come out, and if you can't back it up with a great act, and if you suddenly look like some sort of dandy, type of thing, then you can't perform, then you're a bloody poser, and
that's right, you'd be off.
Then get off, So, but so happened, and I said to the guy who's to be my manager, I said, what was all that about? I said, it was just great. He said, well, you look far more natural, whatever it was,
Yeah.
So I thought, well, that's good. So that was kind of a memorable thing, because it enabled me when things started to get slow down in England because of the band, the groups, right? The groups took over, and then the single artists were sort of a bit abandoned in a way. So what do they do? What do these guys do? They either become real estate agents or they go to Australia. So I went to Australia because the guy said, well, I've got work for you, blah, blah, blah. And
right.
So anyway, so that was pivotal. And the other one was at the Albert Hall, when we did the Albert Hall on one of the tours. And
wow.
I think it was Marty, Joe, myself, and Brenda Lee was also on. And,
wow, amazing!
And I thought that was great, and she was amazing. Brought her own big band and the whole thing, and so that was also very memorable. Yeah.
Now, going back to the music, and your following singles, Get Lost, Forget Me Not, and I Don't Know Why, were all top 10 hits. But in 1964, as you mentioned there, the Mersey Beat groups, amongst others, were in full swing and threatened the likes of solo artists such as yourself, Del Shannon and PJ Proby, amongst others. Now, the uncertainty must have been overwhelming for you, the management and the label. How did you cope with that?
Therapy. No.
Yes.
It's just that these things, even though when something happens that quickly, because I do recall in maybe it was 1964, but the Beatles came out in 63, I think. Love Me Do, I think, was 63. And then the whole Mersey mania, the Mersey side bands and all the groups, everybody sort of suddenly came out, and it was incredible. And I mean, they conquered America as well. But in the meantime, there was all these great songs that the Beatles had come out with, like "Please Please Me," "Love Me," "After Love Me Do," and "She Loves You," and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. I remember I was doing a talent. No, it was a beauty contest, I think it was, and right. I was all in my tuxedo and right. backstage, and one of the judges. I was, Jack the Lad. I was and then. And I knew that one of the Beatles was going to supposedly show up,
right?
And then I'm standing there. I remember standing there backstage, and someone said, "Paul's here." I went, "Who?"
Wow.
Said, "Paul's here," and I said, "Oh, okay." And next thing you know, there's absolute pandemonium.
Wow.
Paul shows up, and he said, hello, mate, whatever he said. And I said, how you doing? And he's rough and ready. He's not like dressed, in a tuxedo like me. He's just one of the lads. He's just like one of the, hello, all right, everyone's just as Paul is, just a great guy and all that. And I'm like, oh, all right. Next thing you know, there's like a riot going on because he's in the building.
Wow!
And I thought that, and that's when I sort of thought to myself, well, there goes my career. Because it was such a moment of sort of sudden realization that because he represented, like, not only the Beatles, but this whole new movement of bands, independent, self-contained bands that sort of, that took over type of thing.
That's
and I know,
right.
and
Yeah.
I know that's a bit of a stretch to say that was, but to me that was a very pivotal moment. And I said, well, goodbye tuxedo.
That's right.
And then of course, following that, Beatles came out, but they came out in suits in the first initially. Right. I mean, they were all dressed in the same suit doing the stuff.
Yeah.
And then the Stones once again, came out with something different.
Yeah.
So that was a whole nother thing, and it seems to happen every year or every couple of years. Something new comes out.
That's right. Keeps people on the toes, and especially the record labels on the toes as well.
And the record business, yeah. I mean, now it's God. I mean, it's. But the good thing is that, and I'm sure it will always be that people love music. So.
That's right. We absolutely do love it. Now, in 1964, you released the single "Boys Cry" when you signed to Fontana, which was gratefully received by fans and scored as high as number 8 in February of that year and spent 14 weeks on the UK chart. Was it a relief to score another top 10 hit with the arrival of the Beatles, the Stones, and the Animals competing for the top?
Yeah, that was a moment of where you go, whew.
Yeah.
I thought it was over. I mean, say goodnight, Dick. But So that was a huge moment as well, and it just so happened because I'd changed management by that time. Michael and Philip had been together for a while, but then they sort of broke up. They each wanted to do something different rather than manage acts, because at the time they managed a few people, myself and a few others. In fact, one of the bands that they managed was oh God, I wish I could think of the name now. But anyway, Gordon Mills was in it. Gordon Mills, who eventually went on to manage Engelbert and Tom Jones.
Right. Wow. Amazing.
So Gordon was in that band, and that's where I first met him. What was the name? Everyone knows this except me. But anyway.
I would help you out if I knew.
Yeah. So my new
look that one up.
Yeah. I think that not the Kestrel. There was another group called the Kestrels that they managed.
Right.
But these guys were a trio of guys. Oh God, I'll think of it in a minute. Anyone who listens to this is going,
it wasn't the Birds.
It's this bad. Yeah.
Not the Birds. No.
No. They're British.
The
British band,
right?
Yeah, and they recorded with a few Americans. So they had a couple of hits, but then Gordon went on to other fame and fortune. But anyway, back to the story of my new manager, a fellow called Vic Billings, who also managed Dusty. So that was how I met Dusty, and how we sort of got together. But we were never together, just in the same room. But and she was fantastic. One of the, if not the best. I mean,
she had it all, didn't she? Yeah.
So she was incredible. Anyway, so Dusty, so this guy Vic, he said, okay, now that we have this new thing, we're going to go with another record label called Fontana. And he said, and then I'm going to someone found a song. I think it was Jack Bavistock, who used to run Fontana Records, and someone in there found "Boys Cry," found the song "Boys Cry," and they said, you want to record this song? I said, absolutely, let's do it. We did it, and that enabled me to get in on the beginning of all the group things. So then, once Boys Cry was a hit, I was on Top of the Pops again, and all these other little TV shows, along with the people who were all the new guys, like the Beatles, and the Animals, and all these. And suddenly I'm in amongst them, this old dude. with all these new young guys.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I managed to meet all of them because
Yeah,
of Boys Cry coming out in '64, which was at really the beginning of I mean '63 as well, but it
yeah.
was the beginning of that whole group thing. Yeah,
That's right, and they were all established then as well. So it was just absolutely
yeah,
amazing that you were able to get in the top 10.
I
It was
know.
just
Yeah,
absolutely
yeah.
amazing.
No, I thought
you,
what?
you see,
Yeah,
everything
so
happens for a reason, Eden. Everything happens for a
so they
reason.
say.
You know?
Yeah, yeah. Sometimes not so good a reason. No, but
No,
but this was good. No. I've been lucky. I mean, thank you, Lucky Stars. That was another show. Yeah.
that's right. That's right. That's right. Now, what was your idea? Was it your idea to change direction or the labels when you actually released in 1965? If You Want This Love, which didn't have the commercial success that the previous singles had, and was in a different style to what fans were used to.
Yeah. Well, after the advent of the bands and et cetera, and then the solo singers were going, now what? What do we do now? How can we combat this? Let's keep going, and if you want to keep going, then we got to do something. We got to do something new. We got to figure out. Maybe we'll join a band. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I was thinking. Yeah, I was wondering what I was going to do. This is in '60 after Boys Cry, and then then I did another song called Rain, Rain, Go Away.
Right.
And then nothing happened with that one. And so then it was like, whoa, is it really over? Type of thing.
Yeah.
And so I started to record different things with different people. I think
Yeah.
Chris Curtis, who used to be with the Searchers,
Right.
and he was the drummer, and he did the very high harmonies. Great singer, and he wanted to be a producer as well. So I did a song with him. I'm not sure if it's that one. I think it was, and so I was trying everything. I was going, okay,
Yeah.
let's try something different.
Yes.
Let's let's go with. So we were just trying different things. Yeah.
Because I tried to look in the Guinness Book of Hit Singles, and I couldn't see it. I mean, did they get into the top, like lower
No, I don't
top
think
40,
so. No,
75?
it never made it. It just didn't make. It wasn't a success at all. But we tried. You just got to keep trying.
Of course.
And that's what we were trying to do. So in '64, then before I went to Australia in '67. So those years, I was just basically touring around.
Of course. Well, I've got on here trying to make a living. Yes.
Trying to make a living. Yeah.
Exactly. Because it's a shell shock, isn't it, to the system?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Once you sort of you've had that sort of success, you always have two choices, in life. To be philosophical, you say so either you do go on and try, or you don't.
Yeah.
And I decided I'm going to keep going and try to do something different, and let's see if it works. And as in general, it didn't.
No, but it is a nice it is a nice single in any case. Yes, I haven't got a copy of that one, but I have got Boys Cry and the other ones.
Right.
But that particular one, I'd never actually heard of that one before until I had a little listen before coming to speak to you today, and I thought that is totally different to this style.
Yeah,
but
it was different.
But
yeah.
It is good to experiment and and see. I mean, I bet you there's a lot of people that did like the record. A lot of people who will have done.
Yeah, all 5 of them. They loved it. No, I'm kidding.
No, you're being cruel to yourself. Now, now in 1966, well, you've said 67, so you're probably right. But you continued to perform and tour, including playing shows in Australia and New Zealand with Roy Orbison, Del Shannon, The Searchers, Peter and Gordon, and also appeared in a live concert at Festival Hall in Melbourne, Australia, alongside PJ Proby, Wayne Fontana, and Dina Lee. How were you all received down under? Apart from that performance, when you lost the look.
It's funny you should mention Dinah Lee, because Dinah Lee was like a huge Australian girl singer. She was amazing, and she was a belter. I think she's like the Brenda Lee of Australia, or whatever.
Wow,
she was great.
Amazing.
But then being in Australia with all those. Yeah, so that was the next phase of my life, basically, as far as because like the guy who was at the Sydney Stadium back in the day when I did the show, he said, come to Australia and I'll get you plenty of work. But prior to that, there were other tours like with PJ and Del Shannon also. I became friends with, and we worked together a few times.
Wow. Yeah.
Incredible character, that guy. He was just amazing guy. So the whole Australian thing and New Zealand, that's a whole different set of venues that people used to go to, and we'd go to all the different cities, Adelaide and Perth and Melbourne, Sydney. It was a set number of sort of gigs. I even went there once with a group called the Pretty Things. That was
right.
Yeah. So then I think Viv stepped forward at the curtains one night, and we all got thrown out of Australia.
Oh, no.
Well, in not so many words, but we were asked politely to leave.
Oh, right.
But the crazy days. I mean, I don't know. There was a time where this is even pre-punk rock, where it was destructive rock, I should call it. So where people would sort of smash guitars and do all this kind of stuff. I think even the Who did it briefly, didn't they?
They did. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
So,
My generation and all that.
All these phases of rock and roll, and now of course it's all different. Punk and not punk, but heavy metal and soft metal and anyway. So those Australian days and New Zealand days, they were just like a little set of things that everybody did, if you wanted to.
Yeah, and it sounded like you had a great time. And I believe you were given a weekly TV show in Australia. Yeah. And what was the show like? And did you have any of your fellow singers or bands performing on the show?
Well, I basically did not have very. We had people come on the show, and it was like a chat show, and then they'd sing then we'd sing a song together, or they would do their own thing, etc. It didn't last too long because I wasn't really, cut out for that.
Right.
I tried, I gave it a shot, because they said, when someone makes you an offer, you say, okay, can I? Yeah. You don't turn it down right away. You say, well, okay, I'd like to try it.
Try it, of course.
Yeah. And so I wasn't cut out to be, I found out that I wasn't cut out to be a host of a talk thing and then sing and blah, blah, et cetera, et cetera. There are a lot of people who did do it very, very successfully, especially in England. Dusty did it. And she was amazing. She was amazing at it. I mean, it was fantastic. I mean, she had, I don't know how many shows, how many seasons or how many shows she did, but she had her own show for a while. Yes, some people have that ability. I didn't have that. I couldn't do that. I tried.
It's a lot to do. Yeah, at least you tried as well. Yeah, Glenn Campbell did that kind of thing, didn't he? And the list is endless, really. And in the UK, there was Simmer.
Yeah. And you know who's really good at it, even now. Peter Noone. I mean, because
yes.
he had huge success not only in England but also America. And
That's
so,
right.
that guy, I mean, he's amazing, and he can do that.
Yeah.
He's a great host. He's amazing.
That's right. He's still on the go as well.
He's still doing it.
I have been trying to get him on the show, but he's not answering me calls because he's too busy.
Well, he's out.
He's in the States.
He's never stopped, and neither is Engelbert. And Engelbert,
no, and he's
he's still doing it. He's got a podcast or whatever, and he talks to every, amazing.
That's right, and he's not far away from you, I don't think, in LA there, because he's forever in his garden there, and
he comes in
his swimming pool.
Oh yeah, he used to. In fact, he bought Jane Mansfield's house way back on Sunset Boulevard.
Right.
It's a big pink, beautiful, great pink mansion, and I remember that a long time ago. And he was recently here at a place called the Saban Theatre, so he's still working and he's still out there. And another incredible situation.
Definitely. Yeah. An incredible like yourself, because we're going to be talking about your new music in a moment from now. Now, you met your wife in 1964 during your first trip to Australia with a stopover in Los Angeles, California, who was an American journalist by the name of Charlene Groman. And in 1969, after leaving Australia, on your way to South Africa, you made another stop in Los Angeles, where you still reside today, where you and Charlene reacquainted, fell in love, and were married that year. Now, your family are all very musical, with your late brother in particular, Peter Starstedt, being in the music business and scoring a #1 in 1969 with Where Do You Go To, My Lovely. And your mother and grandmother had formerly been trained in classical music, while your father also played a variety of musical instruments, especially the banjo. And your sister-in-law is none other than the worldwide star of stage, screen and TV, Stephanie Powers, who has a background in ballet, so I believe. Have you ever thought of doing a duet with Stephanie over the years, as sometimes she sung opposite Robert Wagner in the series Heart to Heart, and of course she did a stunning performance in the cult classic Escape to Athena.
Yeah,
Stephanie. My mama told me.
I know, and she also did a. I remember Stephanie one day coming back from England, and she lives here in Beverly Hills, and also Kenya, where she has the William Holden Wildlife Foundation. She spends a lot of time in Kenya. She's a great philanthropist and another just amazing human being, wonderful person. And Steph, she tells the story. She said, I was doing the King. She said, I was doing the King and I at the Palladium, and I go to my dressing room, and I'd see Eden Kane's name on it. We had been, Marty and I and a few other of the group, I think Joe, had been at the Palladium to honor somebody, and my name was still on the dressing room window and on the dressing room door. They hadn't taken it off. And she tells the story. She said, bloody hell, there's your name on my bloody dressing room and all this kind of stuff. I go, oh my God. But aside from that, Stephanie is just an incredible character, and a lovely person. Yeah. So and all those days of Heart to Heart and stuff like that, and through her, I managed to meet a lot of great people like William Holden and Natalie Wood as well, and and she's coming. Actually, she's coming home. She's coming back from Kenya next week, and so she'll be here. So we'll be having dinner, something.
Wow! Yes, you'll have to show her this interview and ask her what she thinks. I thought I'd give a little mention there because
I've got a couple of questions here for you, Steph. Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
that's right.
but yeah. So it was quite, it was an amazing thing for that whole thing to happen. The fact that, So
and you met a lot of great people, due to the
through
connection.
her. Actually, as a matter of fact, because she has these little, once in a while she'll have these little soirees and some very, very interesting people, in over there, because she moves in that sort of circle of friends.
Yes,
old and new actors, actresses, and directors and people like that. So
that's right. That's people
very
in the
interesting.
stage and the screen and everything. Yeah. She's done. She's been there and done that. She's done the whole lot.
Absolutely.
Amazing.
Yeah, I know. I mean, one day she came. There's pictures, and she doesn't sort of say, "Oh, I'm just doing this," blah blah blah.
No.
But she used to play polo with the Royals, back in the even back in the day. Yeah. Okay. Oh,
amazing.
Really? Well, I just went to Costco. That's my claim.
Right.
That's my claim to fame. Yeah.
Excellent. Yeah, I bet you should be really interesting to talk to. You'll have to put a word in Stephanie's ear and say Phil Wilson wants to have a chat with you.
I'll tell you what, she is very interesting as well. She's not a person that just sort of, I can't talk to her because, what am I going to say to Stephanie Powell? Blah, blah. It's like Brando. I remember he was my favorite back in the day.
Yeah.
And I remember in one of his interviews, he said, well, I got to do all the talking, he said, because nobody knows what to say to me. What are you going to say? I love your work.
That's right.
What are you going to say to him? Marlon effing Brando. What are you going to say to him?
Yeah.
Like, I loved you in Mutiny. Sure. So he said. That's what he said. That's why I don't like to meet people. He said because I have to do all the talking.
Great. But some people get the same old questions as well. But I'm trying my best not to ask the same old questions. Now, some may not know this, but you have appeared in Star Trek series The Next Generation and Star Trek Voyager, and also was featured in other television series such as The Fabulous Columbo and your real name, Richard Sarstedt. What was the experience like?
Well, I was working for Paramount Pictures for over like 18 years. I mean, a long time, because I got in behind the scenes type of thing. I was also I was a stand-in, and then I played various aliens, Klingons and Borgs.
Amazing.
And that they sort of put me into these outfits, and it was quite amazing, So I feel like I'm part Klingon, but so they eventually I also, having worked behind it, I got to know a few directors and people like that, and and then because you don't just I never said to myself I'm an actor, I'm going to become an actor. But I said I wouldn't mind getting a few lines here and there in a few bits and pieces. So I knew someone who in Colombo. It just so happened that I knew the director, and he said, "Okay," he said, "I'm gonna, I want you to read for this particular part in Colombo." It wasn't a big part, but I was great. I was happy to be on it. Yeah. As far as Star Trek is concerned. After doing a few alien things and doing some standing in, etc., the producers or the director would say to me, "We're going to give you a little part here. We want you to come and read for this particular part," and blah blah blah. So I did, and they were very minor, nothing to write home about. So for 8 years on the Next Generation with Patrick Stewart and Jonathan Frakes and all those. Being on on the set with those guys is
Yeah.
they're just an incredible thing. They're so professional, and the great actors. I mean, they all have different personalities, of course, but one thing they all do is they know what they have to do, and they act and do their job, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But when they're off time, they've all got a sense of humor. They're all great, So, but I never wanted to be an actor. I really didn't, because I didn't think I had that. I didn't have it in me. But I was okay for a couple of lines, and then eventually, so then after the Star Trek, The Next Generation, that ended after 8 years. So it seemed to go in 8-year series, and then the next 8 years was Star Trek Voyager with the female captain, Kate Mulgrew, right?
Yes.
so then suddenly I'm in that whole deal as well. Usually working with the same guys, the same grips and the same DPs and first ADs and stuff like that. And then eventually they said, "All right, Rick, we're going to give you a part." And it didn't come until the very last. I mean, I'd done a few little bits and pieces in Voyager, nothing to mention. But then they said, "We're going to give you a part. I want you to read for this part where you're an admiral, and you're on the bridge. You're on the bridge on the final season of Voyager when the Borgs are coming and they're going to destroy mankind, and you're going to be on the bridge. So I helped save mankind."
Wow, that's amazing.
Thank you very much. So there I'm on the bridge. There are 6 Borg vessels approaching, and I had to say these few lines dressed in my admiral's outfit and the whole thing, and it was great. And the director said to me, he said, "They might cut this bit out."
Oh, what? Joking?
He said, "Don't what?" He said, "So I tell you what we're going to do." He said, "We're going to do a dolly shot, which is on a on a trolley. So it's got a dolly, and we're going to pan. It's going to be the master. And we're going to be, before we do all the overs and the unders and the close-ups. So we're going to do this shot where the camera moves slowly all the way across a view, and they'll take it slowly so that all your lines that you say will be on this long shot, which is the master shot, and and then that way they can't take it out."
Great. That's
so this guy who directed the last episode, and it was just amazing. So that's one of my claims to fame. I had these few lines on the end of Voyager, the last episode of Voyager. And then they had another 4, and then they moved into the next series. 8 years of that one, and then they had this next one, which was called Enterprise, with the lead. The lead actor was Scott Bakula. He was the captain. So that only lasted 4 years. But of course, Scott, being the great actor that Bakula, he also was in Quantum Leap.
He was indeed, yes. He was the man, yes.
And now he is the lead in NCIS New Orleans. So that guy's incredible. He's another incredible actor that I was very lucky to work with.
Absolutely amazing stories there. Absolutely love it. You've had a very varied life there, definitely.
Varied life,
Yes, it's been absolutely amazing, that story there. I love it. Now, I've got to ask you this. What was it like acting alongside Peter Falk, as he was a great character on and off screen, so I believe?
Well, the strange thing is that, Peter Falk lived 2 doors away from my mother-in-law. In Beverly Hills, my mother-in-law. So he was 2 doors up the street, and so was James Stewart. Was just 3 doors. He would walk. I used to walk down. He used to walk down Roxbury Drive with his 2 red setters. Jimmy Stewart. I'm going, holy shit! I can't believe it. I never spoke to him. I wasn't going to say, Jimmy, can we have a word? That's not. No. You don't do that to an aging, Jimmy Stewart. But to me, he still looked great. He still looked absolutely. This was a long time ago. Peter Falk, he was there too. He was there up the street. We never saw him at all.
Yeah.
You know.
Right.
But anyway, when I got my lines in Colombo,
Yeah.
I just got to say hello to him, you know, but we didn't have time to have a chat. And once again, he's completely immersed in his work and him.
Yeah.
And I come on the scene. I only met him once, just briefly, but it was the director, you know, who got me the gig, and so he would, you know, he basically, and it was only like one scene. It was two scenes really, but then they shot one scene in one location in the studio, and then they went to another area, but then they could see me in the background.
Right.
he said, you're only supposed to be here for, you know, for like a day. You're just here for a day to do your shot, to do your lines. Yeah. He said, but I'll tell you what we're going to do for you, Rick. I said, what? Yeah. He said, well, I'm going to keep you on for another day. He said, because I was getting scale as an actor, you know.
Yeah,
this guy said,
excellent.
Says, I'm going to, because I had done, you know, we'd become friendly, you know, and he said, I'm going to keep you on because, you know, give you another. So it's all up to these guys as to how much money you make, you know. Instead of just doing one day's work, I had 2 days' work on the show. But I was meeting Peter Falk. I just met him once and shook hands and blah, blah, blah. And that was it, you know.
Yeah, but he was a great raconteur kind of thing. Yeah, no.
Well, I mean, what a character! He's one of the most interesting characters you're ever going to see on TV. You know, and this is what makes a successful show. Obviously, you get interested in the character, and he was just amazing. He was, you know, mesmerizing.
Yeah, I saw him in a film which I got on DVD called The Brink's Job, and he's absolutely hilarious in that. And people don't realise everyone associates Peter Falk with Columbo, and they're thinking, but when you see him doing his comedy, I mean, apparently he started in comedy.
Apparently, because and his character is kind of whimsical in a way.
Yeah,
you know, and there was no again. And just one more thing. That's right. And then he'd solve the thing. You can't get anything by Peter Falk because he'll have a second thought somewhere down the line and then turn around.
That's right.
Just one more thing.
That's right. I love it. Now we're going to fast forward now, Eden, to today, and I'm proud to announce the release of your amazing new single, A Little Bit of a Rock and Roll. Please can you tell us what it was like writing and recording the song? Well,
I wrote the song because I was looking to write, I think I mentioned this earlier, if you sing rock and roll, and if you can write a song, and you think you can write a song, etc., 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 and the fact that I grew up in rock and roll, and I wanted to write a rock and roll song. This happens to be more of a country rock type song, but because it tells a story, and the story. And I was thinking about, to tell you the truth, I was thinking of one of Brando's films that he was in and also directed. I think the only film he directed, a movie called One-Eyed Jacks. And I love that movie. And I used to be able to quote Brando lines and in fact, we all did. We were all trying to be Brando, you know, and then we'd try to say it, even after the early Brando I'm talking about. So he directed the song, and the story of the song, the story of the song is about a Mexican bandit. Actually, it's a guy who walks into a cantina and sees a girl at the bar, and then tries to pick her up or whatever it is. But then the bartender says, you know, if you don't. There's a fella thing. I think he's here. He said he'll kill you if you talk to this girl, to this woman. Right. You know, so it's basically that's the story, and then the band comes in because the band is singing something
Yeah.
playing a little bit of rock and roll will do you. You know, sometimes will do you. So basically, it's a kind of a story song about a guy trying to pick up a girl, but there's a bandit trying to kill him.
It's like something straight out of a Western.
Yeah, and the band is saying, "Shut up! Just a little bit of rock and roll will do you, mate." He said, "You don't worry about it. You're not going to be, you're not going to get this girl, but."
That's right. That's right.
Good luck.
Good luck.
So that was the story of the song. So then once you start the song, sometimes they come very easily. A song comes easily, and you think about the chorus, and you go, okay, I'm going to do it, and then you say, okay, then everyone writes in different ways,
Yes.
With me, it took quite a while to kind of figure out, because once you've got a verse and a chorus, then it becomes easier. Then you just got to think of the rest of the words,
Yeah, and the single is absolutely amazing, and it really is rock and roll, which one of my interviewees, Alan Clark of the Hollies, will absolutely love, as he only listens to rock and roll, and I think Marty Wilde is maybe in that club too.
Oh, Marty. As a matter of fact, I did it when I did the last tour. I wrote this song a while ago, and I used to do a little bit of it at the end of my act. And even the band, the Wildcats, they're a great band. And and they said, "Rick, that's a good song." I said, "Oh, okay." And that all this, then I just didn't think about it for a while. And then I thought, you know what? I'm going to redo this thing, So I re-recorded it. With a very good friend of mine who was also fairly famous back in this, And when I go to his house, he's got 1,000 platinum gold albums.
Wow,
his name is Michael Lloyd, and so
wow.
So Michael said, okay, we'll do this. I'll produce it and stuff like that. And he said, we'll just have fun with it, and we did.
It does. It absolutely sounds amazing. And I like the way that it is actually recorded in mono, as if it is something that you could put on a record, a vinyl.
Yeah. Nowadays, the things have become more technical, and it seems that back in the day, we're talking 20 years ago. When did the videos first came out? I remember one of the greatest videos I ever saw was "The Lights Are On, You're Not Home." Addicted to Love. Addicted to Love.
Yes. Robert Palmer.
Robert Palmer. That video was one of the incredible video. It was great. And then all these other. I remember seeing this thing about Billy Joel, and they were talking about how all these songs. As soon as you have a song, you've got to get a video with it.
Yeah.
And this has been going on for way longer than I thought. It's going to be years. And so now it seems to be like an essential sort of thing, And then you've got to have the song has to have certain, megabyte, whatever, for it to be played on certain platforms and certain.
That's
mediums.
Right. The bit rate, the quality. Yeah.
The quality has to be high definition and all this kind of stuff. So it's a new world.
Yes. It sounds great, and I love the video as well. Did you have fun recording the video?
Well, I actually would. I did another video that was kind of a green screen thing as well, but decided not to use that, to do something more real, and something that doing it in the actual studio that I recorded the song,
right, and
then have some flashbacks of that's who he is, or this is who he used to be, and all this kind of stuff that for those who remember, but. So and as you're going to do it, might as well bring everything into it. All the stuff that that happened in the past. So
that's right. All of the rock and roll there, which you're still rocking and rolling now, Eden. Now, do you have any future music you can tell us about?
I can't tell you. No, I'm kidding.
You're teasing me.
Yeah, no. This is privileged information. I mean, but it's like
I'm going to get an exclusive, Eden.
All my plans are with the Epstein files. No, cut that out. Cut that one out.
Right, we'll cut that out. Yeah.
No. It's all hidden away somewhere. So it will eventually come out. No, but no. To tell you the truth, I did this for fun. Obviously, they're saying because I'm no spring chicken here. It's like, oh, my new career. No. I mean, because it's just if something comes into if it's a figment of your imagination, okay, and you say, okay, I'm going to do. This is an idea, so let's go with it. And let's see what happens, type thing. And
test the water.
As long as I can still do it, I'm not too decrepit, and I can still do it. Might as well do it.
Can.
And also, keeps you. You got to keep moving.
Yeah, definitely. But yes, it's like it was. I mean, it sounds just. It's Eden Kane in 2025.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for bringing that up. Yeah.
It's a pleasure. Now, where can listeners follow you, Eden, and buy your music?
On Spotify, on YouTube, and various other platforms. That's a good question, actually.
But we will list
but nowadays,
them.
It's just it's out there. I mean, and there's my website. I have a website, edenkane.com.
So all the links to all of your merchandise, and everything, all the rest of it down there.
Yeah.
That's excellent. That's excellent, Eden. Now, just before you go, I've got a question for you, which I ask everyone. The vinyl revival is here, so I must ask you, what was the first vinyl record you ever bought, and what record would you play me if you had a record player beside you?
Well, the early Elvis song. I mean, I loved Hound Dog, of course, but I also, and also, I recently have become friends with Mike Stoller, who wrote it way back in the day. Wow. So Lieber and Stoller wrote that. But I've got to go with, and if I have to go with an Elvis song because he was my first earlier influence, and that would be "Don't Be Cruel."
Oh, excellent choice. Excellent choice.
Yeah,
that's the first one.
That was so unique, and that bass sound and the whole thing was just mesmerizing. I remember in the youth clubs they'd be playing it and all that, and all of us would be pretending to dance and all that kind of stuff. But it was good. It was good.
Excellent. Yeah, that's a great choice there, Eden. Now, it's before you go, I've just got to say thank you so much for joining me on the show. Unfortunately, I've run out of time, but please stick around, Eden, because I'll have a little bit of a chat afterwards. But I'd just like to say thank you so much for joining me. And would you like to come on the show again? Have I frightened you away?
I would love to, and thank you. It's been a real pleasure talking to you, and thank you.
No problem at all. And finally, please can you introduce your latest single, A Little Bit of Rock and Roll?
Okay, this is Eden Kane, and my new single is A Little Bit of Rock and Roll. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eden, for joining me on the show, and we'll speak to you again soon, hopefully, and all the best with the single. Thanks again.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
The Phil Wilson Chats with Celebrities. And here's your host, Phil Wilson.
Beyond Aram is a singer-songwriter whose passion is to share compositions he's proud of, but his beginnings were a little bit different before inviting us to climb aboard the party train. And welcome aboard, Beyond Aram. How are you doing, Aram?
I'm good, Phil. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you very much, and it's great to see you and hear from you as well, because after the party train actually dropped in my inbox, I thought I've got to have you on the show because it's such a fun tune.
Yeah, no, it really is fun, and there's a big story about it getting the village involved in a dance, which we'll probably come on to, or we can discuss whatever you...
Yes, we'll be talking about that later on. Now, going back to your beginnings, and you were born in Hong Kong before coming to the UK, but I hear that from a young age, something other than music caught your attention. Please, can you tell us about that?
Yeah, I was really into horses, so I tried to become a dressage rider, and I competed in a few Asian games, obviously being from Hong Kong originally. Sort of
Yes.
Around Asia, and then myself and my late wife, we set up a yard in Wiltshire, and she competed in a couple of Olympics. So, yeah,
Wow.
my life was great fun.
Absolutely amazing. And I hear that a lot of travel was involved to go riding when you were in Hong Kong. How often would you make the journey? Because I hear it was taking over 3 hours sometimes, to get to your destination to ride.
Yes, that's right. Well, when I learned to ride it, because back then Hong Kong was much less well developed, so we'd have to go to the New Territories, which is basically on the border of China, and being kids, you get a lift with someone or you get on a train, and the network was not as established as it is now, and you would go around the houses. But that's the joy of being keen at something, because you just do whatever it takes, don't you? Which is kind of the satisfaction of it, and makes you hungrier.
Definitely. So what was it that you loved about the horses? Did you see something on the television? Was it something at school that you were like going, hey, these animals are just, something that I admire?
Yeah, I think I loved cowboy films. That's for starters. So, that I sort of was fascinated by them. And a few of the cool friends I had were riding. That sort of enticed me as well. And yeah, it just gave you a sense of freedom. But, being in a built-up place like Hong Kong, you didn't really feel as a child. So getting on a horse and going over the countryside and that sort of thing, it was very novel. And I think that's what drew me into it at that stage. And then later on it developed because I got into dressage, which is a whole different sphere, much more thought and precision, and I think that's kind of what translates to music in my later life. But yeah, it was a development though. Initially it was the exhilaration and going jumping and things like that. So yeah, from a young person's perspective, it's fun. That's how I felt.
Because a lot of people, when they see Hong Kong, they just think of all of the bright lights, the big buildings, hustling, bustling things. And people obviously don't see the other side of it on the television, as it were, on these travel programs, to see, what else there is over there as well. Not just the big city, you've got all these lovely places as well that you can visit.
Yeah, exactly right. Lots of undiscovered outlying islands and countryside. And but you've got to go and find them, but they're there. So and particularly back when I was a kid, New Territory was very underdeveloped. It was full of paddy fields and shacks, and there was none of this high-rise stuff that exists now. So it was like going back in time in a way.
Yeah. I think the only bits that you would see probably on films and things were places like in maybe a James Bond film where somebody would be there going past these shacks and going down this river on a little, like one of those long canoe boats with with the motor on the back.
Exactly, that sort of thing. So no, but it was like, it really was. So it was like stepping away from, a built up area into a historic vision of what China might have looked like, and it was as clear as that. So yeah, fascinating. But yeah, there still are lots of beautiful places to go in Hong Kong. A lot of my friends still go hiking and things, and
Right.
go on a boat and go to other islands around there. So they still exist, which is nice.
Lovely. So it's nice that there's lots of unspoiled areas, as it were, that you're able to explore, which is absolutely wonderful. So everyone, get yourself over there to Hong Kong and have a visit. Now, your passion for, of course, horses and riding certainly paid off. As you mentioned, you rode in the Asian Games in equestrian dressage on numerous occasions. What was that experience like initially?
Oh, it was fascinating because, like, you go to Doha or Guangzhou or Korea, or and you see a whole different type of life to what you normally do. But of course, we were used to going in around Europe competing, and even that was fascinating, all the places you'd see. But in Asia, even more so. But then it is, those events were like being in Olympics. They're sort of, Asian Games are like Olympics for Asians because they have all the different competitions going on, all the different sports. And, you'd see the athletes' village, and you'd see different sides of Asia that you wouldn't otherwise go and see because, by then I was more based in Europe, but I was going back to Asia to take part in these things. And then flying horses and all that sort of thing and going into quarantine, it was all, very different and very fun, really.
Yeah, absolutely. It's absolutely amazing. Now, how long does it take to hone the skills of equestrian dressage, in case any of our listeners or viewers would like to take it up? And are there any tips for the beginner of how to get started?
Well, the good start is to find a good instructor because, someone that really shows you how to do anything well and doesn't overcomplicate it is the key, I think, in all things, because, keep it simple, as they say. And that works in dressage as well. And then it's a lifelong journey because, it's about, you can only hone and hone and hone, and there is no perfection. So you just climb the ladder. But the good thing is you can compete at all levels, from what they call preliminary level up to, Grand Prix, which is obviously the highest. But there's plenty of competition at each level, so you can have a lot of fun. And, there's great crowds out there that do it, and it's all over the UK. So wherever you are, find someone to help you and get on with it. It's great fun. And, it gave me a lifetime of pleasure.
And so could you go to call up maybe your local riding school, and do you think they would be able to, do you think they would specialise in that kind of thing? Or is it something that is more specialised that you would have to go to some particular kind of riding school?
Well, I mean, most riding schools will help you with basic dressage. And then once you decide that's where you want to focus, then you'd find probably a trainer who's in your area who focuses on it more than, say, jumping. So, but up to a certain level, there's many, many, many people that can help you, even more all-rounders. It's just as long as they sort of think of dressage, they respect it. Then even if they're, say, eventers, where they do all the aspects, they could certainly help you up to quite a high level before you have to really go to a specialist. So yeah,
excellent.
There's possibilities.
Lots of possibilities. And is there a particular website that you know of that where people could go and maybe look for any riding schools that would particularly, especially when people who are wanting to really get into the dressage side of things?
Yeah, well, British Dressage have their own website, and they basically run dressage from grassroots up to the top. So they're the people to look to. They have a website and contact details, and they'd certainly put you in the right direction.
Excellent, excellent. And do you still take part in any dressage in between you doing your music?
No, not at all. I mean, I reached a point where I'd done it, and it had given me lots of pleasure, and then it was time for, chapters new. And I'd done a postgrad in drama before, and then when I had more time, when I decided I didn't want to write anymore, I got really involved in theatre and did lots of plays. So that was my next movement after dressage before I moved on to music.
Indeed, yes. And I was just going to mention that, yes, following a move to the UK, you studied drama and became a postgraduate, performing in many plays. Which plays did you act in, and were there any musical numbers featured, or was it more of the straight acting?
Actually, no, there weren't any musicals.
Right.
Yeah. No, I've done, lots and lots, so it's difficult to say which ones. The last one I did was a two-hander with a very good actress, and we did it everywhere from Oxfordshire to Cornwall, so
wow,
different locations, and it was very funny. Written by a playwright called David Tristram, who I've got to know, and he's a Birmingham-based playwright, and he's written some fantastic plays, and it's very funny. It features a couple, and they go off into fantasies where to sort of escape the humdrum. But it gives you a chance as an actor to change accents and personas, and and it's a fantastic piece. And that was the last one I did before I just sort of focused on music. So it was a great one to stop with. I mean, I may get back to it, but we'll see.
Yes. And what has been the most memorable performance that you've had on stage?
There was another one. This is scraping the memory banks, but it was the film of it was Michael Caine was in it with Diane Cannon and Christopher Reeve, and I'm trying to remember the name of it, but basically I played the Michael Caine character, and you're on stage for the whole play.
Wow.
So you have to know everyone's parts, and he's an American, and he's a playwright, and ostensibly the plot is that he's sort of gone a bit dry and can't rehash any of his old successes, and then a budding playwright sends him a script which is fantastic. And he sort of plots to kill the guy. That's the
drastic.
Yeah, but that's the. But obviously, it's got lots of twists in it. Nothing's what it seems. But that was a fantastic one to do. I wish I could remember the name of it. But again, So many plays, and all different challenges. But that for having to know everyone's part, basically, because you're on stage until you get
of course
on the last page,
That's right. You've definitely got to be on your game with that one. And when you have been performing, which has been the what you would call the best venue that our all venues are really good, but which is the one that you go, when you looked out in the audience there, made you go, I love it here. I'm at home here with this audience.
Yeah. Well, I mean, a lot of stuff I did was with a particular group in Oxfordshire, and I mean, it was basically a village hall which was used for, but it was like 120 people or whatever. But it was very much because you kind of every night you got there, you thought, oh, I'm back,
Of course.
That's where I felt most settled. Obviously, I've been to quite a few theatres and done plays as well in Hong Kong, as well as some sort of dubbing of Chinese films and and things like that. They want you to do American accents all the time for the dubbing work. But and there were some big theatres in Hong Kong as well. But the one where I felt at home was because we did so many there in that venue. That was great,
Yes, a nice and homely atmosphere there, and it'll be nice when you can, draw from the audience as well. You can feel the warmth when you're on the stage there. Yes, nice and cozy atmosphere.
But there's nothing like the opening night when everything's gone dark and you can hear the voices in anticipation, and you're waiting for the curtains to open, and you can feel the butterflies in your stomach. No matter how much you've done, that's great fun. And I used to feel that with dressage as well. Just that excitement as you're about to enter the arena.
Yes,
so that sort of makes you feel very alive, which is a great joy.
Definitely, and it'll be a thrill when you walk away with a trophy as well at the end of it.
Yeah, that's the hope.
That's it. That's it. Exactly. Now, what was the first song that you ever wrote and how did it go?
Okay, so the whole music journey started in the lockdown when my stepdaughter wanted an app to learn to play piano, and I knew, there's every chance she'll get bored with it, like all kids. So I thought, well, if she's going to do it, I'll do it. So I bought myself a baby grand clavinova, and I started playing 7 hours a day through the lockdown to get good enough to play what was in my head, because I've spent a lifetime with tunes in my head, but no sort of avenue to release them. And then I got to the point where I could play what was in my head. I mean, I'm not a great pianist, but I can play what's in my head, which is really the key to songwriting.
Yes.
I got in touch with Dave Farnan. Now, Dave Farnan had written my late wife's last freestyle to music for her horse,
right?
And, which she competed at, all over Europe, and he's a very successful movie, TV songwriter, and his father had produced albums for Frank Sinatra, as well as being movie and TV, and won a Grammy as well.
Yes.
And so, because I knew Dave, his wife is horsey, that was the initial link, I sort of messaged him with this little excerpt which I was starting to write. And he said, Aram, it's okay, but why don't you go and Google this and do that? He never told me what to do, but he would just sort of, nudge me towards things. So I kept plugging away. And in the end, I came up with an 8-minute piece that is a child's story, music. And he said, yeah, okay, it's finished, now leave me alone, kind of thing. So I put that aside and I went back to acting for a year. And then a year later, I'm a big Arsenal fan, and his son, Thomas Farnan, was coming to Arsenal with us. So I thought, why don't I show him this? Because Tom, when he was at music college, did one of my, he wrote the music to one of my freestyles, which I did with my horse in Guangzhou in the Asian Games. So he was still at music college then. And then he went on and worked for Hans Zimmer in Hollywood for 10 years. And
amazing.
Did music for things like Batman Returns and all that sort of stuff. And then he's actually written the last two David Attenborough Mammal soundtracks,
Right.
So he's again, in the family footsteps, he's gone on to become an amazing musician for TV and film. So, so I said to him, look, this is what your dad helped me write. What do you think? And he said, Aram, actually, it's very good, but I don't think we should just limit ourselves to sort of using fake instruments to create it. Why don't we go to Budapest? So we went to Budapest and got the Budapest Art Orchestra, who'd done the music for things like the Queen's Gambit, the fantastic orchestra.
Oh, yes.
That was my first thing I wrote, basically. And the sort of shivers down your spine when you hear an orchestra playing your first piece of music.
Amazing.
Just something to believe, And the musicians, like in the interval, would come out and they were humming my tune. And I thought, that's
amazing.
I couldn't believe that would ever happen.
No.
So that piece has been in the works of making a massive 3D animation. And that should be finished actually in July sometime, which is
excellent.
That's been a long time in the making. And anyway, so then I forgot about music because I'd written my piece. I basically retired in my head. But then last summer, in our village in Galanton, Cornwall, we were having our house renovated. So Elaine, my wife, and her daughter Connie and I were going to stay in an Airbnb in the village. And I found the bed a bit uncomfortable. And there was another one near the slipway, near the water, that had come up half price,
Right.
And I said to Elaine, look, do you mind if I go and stay there? Because bed might be a bit nicer. She said, no, it's fine. So I went down there and I took my keyboard because I hadn't touched it since I'd written this other thing. So I sat down and started to play, and I thought, well, why am I playing other people's stuff? Just play what's in your head. So I wrote a song, and then I sent it to Tom and said, what do you think? And he said, actually, it's pretty good. But you know what, Aram, if you're going to start writing songs, you need to write them. You can't just write one.
No.
Then I started churning them out, and that's kind of what happened. And then so we're going on Friday to Air Studios to see the album being mastered.
Wow, well, it'll be amazing, that.
Yeah, so that should be ready sometime in August, which should be fun. So to go from like zero to seeing an album with 15 tracks about to come out, that's correct. That's really sort of quite mind-blowing.
It certainly is. And the video as well, I mean, it'll be magical.
Yeah. And that's another one. And then, as you know, my first release was last Christmas, which was the other crazy one, which streamed over 1 million on Spotify, which is,
amazing.
You don't realize how amazing that is till you release some more and they don't do the same thing. You think, how did that actually happen?
Yes.
So this Christmas, I've written another an EP, which will be that song plus 4 others. So we've got the album coming out, then this child's animation, then the Christmas EP, and now I'm working on an album for next year. So it's like, what started as a bit of a hobby, it's sort of like overtaking my life, but I'm enjoying it. So.
Yeah, and we'll look forward to that album as well. And of course, we'll have to watch out for the Christmas EP as well, which will be absolutely amazing as well. You're definitely full of busy there, I know that for sure. And you must have lots of melodies in your head still, which is really, really good that you're able to unleash onto the world. Now, you certainly have moved on leaps and bounds, as your debut single, like you mentioned there, streamed over 1 million times. But how did it feel like waking up to that news? Were you like...
Yeah, no, crazy. I mean, the thing is, but because you don't realize what Christmas does to the world, and I said to Tom, I'd been to see Matilda, and I couldn't believe how amazing these young actors were. And I said, I want a Matilda to sing the lead on this. And then so then they looked who might be available. And the girl she just finished 2 weeks before in Matilda. And so she came and did it. And she was so professional and so good. You're mind blown. These are just kids, but they're fantastic. Just
amazing.
Another one. So that really set the theme for that. And then you're sort of watching the streams, and on Christmas Day it streamed like 250,000 or something.
Oh my goodness!
Like, any one moment, there were 3,000 or 4,000 people listening to it.
Yeah.
You can't get your head around. So, I guess that's what the big stars have all the time. But for me, as a sort of, my debut single, I couldn't quite grasp it. So it was really fun. And my friend was in Bali in a bar over Christmas, and she heard my song and said, "Oh, I just heard this song."
Oh, right.
So things like that. Yeah,
that's absolutely excellent. Well, you must be doing something right there, Aram.
Well, it's the people you have around you, and Tom is so brilliant at the producing and the arranging of all the tracks, and he kind of holds my hand because I really had no knowledge, and I've still got very little, but I've sort of learned on an exponential curve. You have to, but to have someone who's guiding you, who really looks after you, that is, sort of priceless. So I've been very, very lucky.
Yeah, you have as well. And also you've released Lend Me Your Heart, Echoes of Sally, Surprise Party, which has actually had, to this date, 1.2 million views on YouTube, and also You're Everything I Want. And now your new single, Party Train, is bound to be a viral hit with its audience participation video. Please, can you tell us the story behind this inspirational song, Aram?
Yeah. So I wanted to write something that would get like a dance, like the Macarena or something that people would think, oh, we can dance to this. So that was kind of in my head when I was writing it. And so I thought, Party Train, why not, And then it came about like, okay, I can't dance. So I thought, well, who do I get to help me sort out a dance for this? So there's a lady in our village, Penny Parsons, who I'd known had helped people learn dance steps and things. So I reached out to her, and she, her friend Jenny Cleverly, another sort of choreographer, they got together this dance mainly for the chorus and a bit of a conga in the middle as well. And I said to them, look, it needs to be easy enough that people can pick it up, say they're at a wedding or whatever, and it comes on that they could learn it almost instantly. But it needs to be interesting enough that it's not, boring. So that's, and they did a fantastic job. They showed it to me. I thought, that's terrific. So we put it out on the village email and said, who wants to come along to the filming of this dance? And it'll end up on the behind the scenes video. And there were over 20 villagers, all threw themselves into it, no inhibitions.
Wow.
And it's just genuine people having genuine fun, And so that's there. And then I've also reached out to a few of these TikTok influencers. So there's a couple going that are doing, but they kind of add a few bits because they're much younger.
Right.
So
yeah.
They do it, but they do it with, a few sort of extra moves, which is cool too, because you want it to appeal to everyone. So,
of course,
if the younger people want to make it a bit more interesting in their terms, that's terrific. So the main thing is I want people to enjoy the music, and we'll see. But so far, the initial views, the YouTube views, are already very good for the video. So hopefully the streams will start eventually, and then it'll be fun.
I think it's about I think it's nearly 130,000 or something when I last checked there, and that's only within 4 days to this date. So that is amazing. I love it. Now, the instructional video for the Party Train dance is great. Who was involved in the video? You said there was 20 people there. Is anyone that you want to mention in particular? And who are the ladies doing the instructional video, as they must get a shout out?
Yeah, that's Penny and Jenny, the lady from my village, and her friend who lives in Truro. But they have a dance group together that they have in Lostwithiel, which is a nearby town. So it's those two that are sort of highlighting the how to do video, which is terrific since it's their brainchild. And the whole village is just awesome. And Simon Ray, who's a cameraman for Netflix and so on and so on, he goes around the world doing stuff. He happens to have a house in the village, so he filmed the village doing it.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, so it all gets it all got done very well. But what you can't buy is genuine people just having genuine fun. I mean, I could have gone to any dance troupe and got them to do it much better and this and that. But they're doing it for as work. These people are doing it as fun, and you can't reproduce that. So I hope people enjoy seeing just people just having fun, and I hope if you're at a party or whatever and it comes on, you feel confident enough to go up and have a go at it, because it's an easy dance and a fun one.
That's right, and jump on the party train.
Exactly right.
Exactly. But now, whereabouts was it filmed, and how long did it take to learn the dance and make the video?
It was in the village hall, and they learnt the dance within an hour, and
amazing.
It was finished within 2, and then everyone went to the pub.
That's great, because I think it would take me days to learn it.
No, it wouldn't. It's so easy.
Because the way that they're moving in the video is amazing, and I love the glitter ball as well.
Yeah. No, it's a fantastic village hall. I mean, I've done play in there and things, so that it's really set up with a beautiful sound system, and great lighting. So they've really made it fantastic. So we have lots of entertainment in there, and it seemed a great location there, sort of central and walking distance to the pub. So
definitely, and it's got real villagers in there. They haven't been, got from a drama school or anything. Definitely real people in it. Really looks like everyone is having great fun as well. So everyone's going to have to check out the Party Train video there, which you can watch on Beyond Aram's YouTube channel if you check that out today, and all the rest of the videos as well. Now, do you have any future music or tours you can tell us about?
Yeah, well. Any future what? Sorry?
Any future music or tours you can tell us about?
Yeah, the music, I mean, I don't know about tours yet, but the next one that will come out will be the title track for the album. And that will come out on the 1st of August, I think.
Right.
Yeah. And that one actually I sing, which is so far I've been getting, people to help me sing, but there'll be a few on the track that I sing, and including that one. That'll be the first one. So, yeah, that'll be fun to see how that's received. And that it's going to have a video even on the Spotify. It's going to come out with the video on Spotify, which will be the first one that does that of my tracks.
Wow!
And that I got the guys who are doing the animation for my children's project to do an animation to tell a story to go with the song. And then Simon, the guy I told you about, the cameraman, he came and filmed me and sort of inserted me in bits of the video, singing, but not enough to take away from the story. So it's quite cleverly done. I'm quite proud of it, really. So I hope people enjoy that. Something a bit different.
Yes, watch this space, and we'll get that out there, and we look forward to watching that as well. Now, where can listeners follow you?
Well, if you can go to beyondaram.com, then all the links are there for all the videos, all the streaming, and all the news, and it's all there, and then it links you to Facebook and Instagram and so on. So it's beautifully looked after, not by me.
Right.
Yeah, it's a great website.
And also, if anybody wants to get involved with the, the dance moves and things, there's instructional videos on there. And also, you can learn the lyrics as well of the songs, because there's lyric videos as well on there.
Exactly right. So, yes, please do visit. Yeah, enjoy.
That's right. So it's beyondaram.com is where you can find all of that information, and also find out how to stream and buy the songs as well. Now, on another note, the Vinyl Revival is here. So I must ask you, Aram, what was the first vinyl record you ever bought, and what record and song would you play me if you had a record player beside you now and go, Phil, that's my favourite, that. You got to listen to that.
Well, the first one I ever bought, I believe, was Elton John, Caribou.
Right.
But in terms of my favorite, it would have to be a Prince track, because I was a mad Prince fan. I saw him 8 times.
Wow.
My sort of lifetime favorite song of his is Little Red Corvette. So,
Little Red Corvette. Yes, I love that one as well. That's a great tune as well. What was you like on stage there? What was the atmosphere like? Was it wild?
Wow. I mean, I've just been to see Robbie Williams a couple of weeks ago. He's an amazing entertainer. Right. But Prince was an amazing entertainer, but he was a virtuoso, because he could play 20 instruments at the age of 12, which
amazing,
bonkers. And he played lead guitar better than anyone I've ever seen. And he was just, dynamite on stage. So, and he always had terrific backing singers and dancers, and just such a show. And, and such a wealth of great tracks. He wrote so many tracks that he didn't even do. And, the ones that are, well known by, like Manic Monday and
that's right. Yes.
Chaka Khan track, and all those sort of
He wrote "I Feel for You," didn't he, for Shaka Khan?
Yeah, exactly right. And the Sheena Easton one. So yeah, lots and lots of big hits that people had, and of course Tom Jones covered Kiss, didn't he? So
That's right.
yeah, no, he was just awesome. So I think it would have to be one of his, and let's say Little Red Corvette.
Little Red Corvette, that's a really, really good choice there. Well, you're not going to believe this. We've run out of time, so if you can stick around and we'll have a little chat afterwards. But yes, I'd like to say thank you so much for joining me on the show this week. I'd like to wish you all the very best with the album, and also with all of the other projects that you've got going on as well. And would you like to come on the show again? Have a frightened you away?
Of course, I'd love to, Phil. It's been great. Really enjoyed chatting.
It's been a privilege as well. Now, finally, Beyond Aram, please could you introduce your latest single, Party Train?
Well, I hope you all enjoy climbing aboard the party train, because here it comes.
All aboard! Thanks very much, Beyond Aram. All the best, and we'll speak to you soon. Take care.
Cheers, Phil.
Welcome to Phil Wilson Chats with Celebrities. And here is your host, Phil Wilson.
Nick Edwards was dubbed the first ever surprise act in the show's history when he appeared on ITV's Britain's Got Talent last year. His audition was pre-planned between his wife, Catherine, and the show's production team and sparked a global reaction. His performance of the song Daddy's Little Girl has been viewed well over 300 million times and trended worldwide on YouTube, in the top 10 as well, within 48 hours of being aired on ITV. And Nick joins me now. Welcome to the show, Nick.
Hello, Phil. How are you?
I'm very good. Are you okay?
I'm perfect. Yeah, I'm in a good place, and I'm raring to continue pursuing my love for music. It's been a great few weeks, and I'm looking forward to the release of the EP in a few weeks' time.
Indeed, yes. And your story, by the way, just going back to Britain's Got Talent, was covered nationally in the UK with appearances on shows such as ITV's Lorraine and This Morning, but also internationally as far as Japan. Your music is absolutely fantastic, and recording your single, so your EP, which is just coming out now. What was it like recording that? You went all the way over to Nashville, I believe, after Britain's Got Talent.
Yeah, so after Britain's Got Talent finished, there was obviously a keen pursuit of the song I sang on the show, because it done so well on social media and Facebook and YouTube, and it was such a big hit on the show. I think it was the second most watched for the entire series. But what it did on Facebook was well over 300 million, which is,
oh my goodness, amazing.
Which is incredible, you know, and it still gets shared today. So it was really important that I got the single down and released it, which I did in September last year. Yes. Now I was planned and schemed how I would pull it all together. We decided we really wanted it to be as stripped down as it was on the show, because on the show it's just me and the guitar, right?
It is, yes.
So we wanted it to be very similar, but we liked the idea if we were going to introduce something, maybe introduce a nice piano to it, just to kind of lift the track up. So it's a very modest track. Went across to Nashville, recorded it live. So I played and recorded it live with live piano.
Yes.
And then I released it in September last year. And I think we wrapped up 3 number ones, probably 14, 15 top 10s. And it's been covered in probably well over 35 countries around the world, which is insane.
It's absolutely amazing. And actually, just half an hour before coming on the show, I did actually watch the video of your performance on Britain's Got Talent, singing Daddy's Little Girl. And I was quite emotional watching it. And but did you think that the song would actually give that kind of reaction? Had you actually performed it before in another kind of area, apart from, as you mentioned, in the shower?
Yeah, I played. So I had my first son when I was about mid-20s.
Yes.
And at that point, I really just didn't have the time to do music. So my love for music and songwriting and singing kind of went by the wayside. And I focused on work and trying to, earn a crust for my family, really. And I went on to have four children in total, including the 2 girls that you see. So that was one of the songs that I used to play to the girls at home. And I because I had no idea I was going on the show, and it all just happened very, very quickly. I had about 40 minutes. You don't actually see this in the show, but there's about 40 minutes where I go off and I come straight on.
Yes.
There's a 40-minute gap where I was allowed to go backstage, warm up, and get things together.
And they may have to make you up as well.
I was petrified. Well, no, not actually. No. They didn't put any makeup on me. Maybe they thought I was beautiful enough. I don't know.
Well, you are.
But I went backstage, had 40 minutes. I was petrified. I've never been so scared in my whole entire life, and I was panicking. I was thinking, right, Nick, you've played this song so many times, and it's not a hard song to play. It's quite simple. Yes. So I kind of felt like, well, it's the song to do, and I knew it so well. But even then, I had this worry in my mind that I was just going to get this stage kind of block where I'd be standing there, and I wouldn't even remember my name. And those people that perform and maybe struggle with nerves, stage nerves and stuff like that, especially if you haven't done it in a long time, because I've done lots of amateur dramatics and stuff when I was younger, and I was never shy of getting up on stage, singing, dancing, making a fool of myself. But if you haven't done it for a while, you do lose some of that, armor. And so for me, it was such a big thing, and I was petrified that I was going to forget the words. I was petrified that I was just going to freeze up. So I went to one of the backstage people. I said, look, I really need you to print these words off for me, because if I go on stage and I forget. And they initially said, we'll find out. They went back to production and they said, we can't let you take the lyrics on. It's not something we allow contestants to do.
My goodness.
And then I really panicked. And then the guy must have seen me panic, and he came back to me 5 minutes later saying, send me the lyrics and we'll print them off for you. And all you've got to do is go out there and we've told the judges that you've got your words, and to so it's part of the show, and that was it really. So, but I never looked at the words when I went.
No, you didn't. I was gonna say you were like, as they would say, on form there, doing your thing, and I just saw them just sitting on the floor.
It's from the heart, right? So when you start singing, I'm in the zone. But what's so stupid about me printing off the lyrics is that, the lyrics would have been like Fontaine or something. You know what I mean? Like I couldn't have seen them anyway.
Mm-hmm. Maybe it's like a prop you needed.
It was just from the heart from the get go, and then when I finished, and that kind of the gap that you hear there, because I get asked about this all the time. The gap at the end, the kind of 4 or 5 second gap when no one clapped. And I can completely understand people wanting wanting to believe, or maybe believing that it's all part of the show and how they edit it.
Yes.
That is, and yeah, some of the show, me walking off, and you don't see the 40 minutes, and there is always some razzmatazz and good editing in TV, but that part was absolutely true to what happened. I stopped singing, and I genuinely felt like it was I felt like an hour. I was just sitting in this time zone for someone to stop the clock.
Yes.
And then suddenly I got a standing ovation. Everyone went crazy. And I got so emotional.
Yes, it was an absolutely magical moment in television history, I would say, and it goes down as one of the best, as it were, talent competition moments, I would say, that has ever been.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah, the reaction was absolutely amazing. I know what you mean.
The song's still growing as well. You know, the song is still growing. People are. It's still finding people.
Yes.
You know, and I think that the song has ability to really get to the hearts of lots of people, and I really hope that it continues to grow from strength to strength, and it gets found by people who haven't seen it yet. You know, I really hope that, because I mean, the song must have one of the questions you asked is how it's impacted people.
Yes.
I've had so many messages since the show, and there are a few that really stand out. And one of them was from somebody who's in a war zone fighting, and he's got children at home that he really misses, and he really found the song really helpful.
Yes.
You know, I mean, that is insane. And to know that it's had such an impact on people. I even had one that said that they lost their dad maybe 20 years ago, and they weren't able to get over it, and the song helped them find comfort and get over it. I mean, it's insane. And so I'm really pleased that it's found people, not just found people, but got into people's hearts really, and they've taken on. And I really hope that people continue to share it, and it continues to find new people.
I think it certainly will. I think it's got the same kind of snowball effect that You Raise Me Up had all those years ago. That's still very much covered. You Raise Me Up. And the original version that I heard was, I'm trying to remember what he was called, from Ireland. Oh, never mind. I'll come back to what he was called.
He was a gentleman. I know who you're talking about.
Yes, I forgot his name now. That's terrible. I can see his face on the CD cover as well. But never mind. Yes, well, he originally sung it in any case, but then that wasn't like the famous version, as it were, because then it was when Westlife covered it. That's when it really took off. And like with your song, I think that's going to be something that's going to really stand the test of time. Hopefully, yeah. I mean, it's been an incredible journey so far, but it's not over yet, right? Exactly, it isn't, because your musical journey is just at the pinnacle, and it's still. Well, we're trying just to kind of keep moving forward. Obviously, the new EP is out on the 23rd of June. It's a kind of collection of 7 tracks in total, 4 one original, one cover, and the rest are original. And I'm doing music that for me, I fell in love with kind of the country Americana kind of American songbook music, taking lots of influence from Motown and soul music, and there's a real influence in the songs from all of those different genres. But I kind of found my heart with country music, and I think that although I'm not performing or writing typical kind of country music, I feel that the songwriting and the songs and the message have all come from country and the influence of country. And so for me, I'm doing music that I feel at home doing. Yes. And I've seen on, I just saw on TikTok as well, you've got like an Elvis track on there, I Got Lucky. Yeah. And you said, how this is, imagine what it'd be like if it slowed down. And it sounded absolutely fantastic. Yeah, I mean, look, the thing is with that, it's interesting actually. So the EP is called 1960 for a reason. The opening track is
a song that I wrote. It's an original song, and it depicts the love story between Johnny Cash and June Carter.
Right.
I don't know if you know too. Have you ever seen the film Walk the Line?
I haven't. No, I'll have to watch it.
Right. So essentially what happens is Johnny Cash finds June Carter, who's a singer on the circuit. She's quite a famous country singer on the circuit, and her family, the Carter sisters, are all well known in the kind of 50s and 60s, more maybe 40s, 50s and 60s, as country artists. And Johnny Cash joined the kind of traveling circus at that time, and he just fell in love with June. He was married at the time and had kids, and he spent 12 years, a whole host of other things, drug addiction, drink addiction. But he spent 12 years trying to win the heart of June Carter because he was just absolutely obsessed with her. And he finally did. He kept asking her to marry him on stage.
Right.
And she kept saying no and no and no and no. So the opening track to the song is depicts the love story of June and Johnny Cash. I'm a massive Johnny Cash fan, and most of Johnny Cash's pursuit for wanting to be with June happened around the 60s. And then going on to the Elvis track, I heard I Got Lucky, and it's like quite a fast, upbeat song. It was in one of Elvis' films, Kid Galahad. And I actually haven't seen the film, but I came across the track and I just thought I could just hear in my mind that it was like a real nice ballad. Yes. And I was so surprised that it's written by three people who actually wrote quite a lot of Elvis's tracks. Right. Elvis didn't write a lot of his tracks. He always had writers for him, but it was written by three people, and they wrote it. And obviously, he never re-recorded it in any other way. It was always recorded as you see it on the program. Yes. But I heard it differently. So we slowed it down. We added our own style to it, and I personally think that if Elvis recorded that, slightly slower, I think it could have been a hit for him. It actually wasn't a hit for him. I think I don't think it done very well at all. And it certainly wasn't the number one. No. So it's a real kind of obscure track that probably a lot of people haven't even heard of. No. So that was appealing as well, because it was like, well, if you're going to take on an Elvis track, you don't choose Love Me Tender or something like that, right? Stick well clear of those tracks. Yeah. So it kind of was like box ticked, because it's a song that not many people will know of. Probably not many people will have even heard it unless they're real diehard Elvis fans. Yeah. They'll be surprised when they hear the Elvis version and then hear this. And I think it's just we've tried to leave it again quite modest and just try and make it as kind of, true to my style as I can without taking any of the influence from the Elvis version, which I didn't. In fact, I've very rarely actually heard the whole song from the Elvis's version from start to finish. So I've tried not to listen to that too much. And then we come up with this version. So that's the only cover on the EP. But I mean, having played my whole EP to friends and family, everyone really loves that track. Yes.
Yes. Yeah, it's a lovely track as well. Who are your musical influences? I've heard from a little Dickie Bird that apparently you like a bit of Motown.
So I'm a big Motown fan, yeah. So my mum grew up in the Motown era, if you like, and so she'd go clubbing and Motown was the music, So when growing up, I just would hear Motown music all the time. And then obviously the Motown stuff crosses over with lots of other music, Yes. I mean, I used to listen to all sorts of stuff, but I'd listen to stuff from like Diana Ross to Ray Charles to the Temptations to all these kind of things. And I know that some of them aren't quintessentially Motown artists, but Motown was just such an influential kind of era. So for me, I grew up listening to kind of Motown music, but then I had my own interests. So when I was younger, growing up in like the 90s, it was very much about the kind of rock stuff kind of started to come into play. Yeah. so that's kind of where I went in my teen years. But then as I got older, certainly in my kind of early 20s, that's when I found country music.
Right.
Now, I would start listening to country. One of the first bands I ever got into that really sold me on country. And although I listened to, the usual suspect, Johnny Cash, I've always been a huge fan of, Dolly Parton, all the normal stuff, they were always part of my collection, right? But I was never really delved into country. And then in my early 20s, I came across a band called Zac Brown Band, who are a massive kind of more modern country act, bit of an Americana sound, not too dissimilar to our sound, really. It's a lot of influence from that as well. And they were singing the stuff they were singing about just really got to me in my heart, and I just thought, why have I missed this whole genre? Like, how have I not discovered this? And then I ended up going even further, and I just thought that if the more country it was, the more kind of bluegrassy and country and old sounding it was, I loved it even more. So then I got onto like Alan Jackson, for example, who is probably one of the biggest country icons, massive in the 80s. Yes. He's a bit of an old timer now, but he's still kicking it. And I just love the kind of idea of a female or a male with a guitar just singing a good song, so country music, of all the influences, country music changed my life, and I can honestly say that, because I got so emotionally attached to the songs that the country artists sing and what they're about and the emotion it brings. And before, I liked music, loved it, loved the sound, but very occasionally, only occasionally would it really get to my heart. Yes. But country music managed to get to my heart. Maybe it was just, where I was in life. I was old enough to I was in early teens. I was able to explore my mind a lot more as a bit older. It might have something to do with that, but country music most definitely changed my life, and it's where I want to. It's where I want to be.
And it sounds like it is a perfect fit for you as well. It's like I recently interviewed an artist called Lola Lennox, and she's the daughter of Annie Lennox. And her style, she's really got into her own style. She hasn't gone down, she's tried all sorts of styles, but just seems to fit the style that she's in now. And a lot of people are saying that maybe she should sing more like jazzy stuff. But what she's recording at the moment is very, very good. And obviously with your experimentation, with your singing styles, country is definitely a perfect fit, because it sounds great on the EP. Well, we're definitely not trying to kind of copy anything. We're just trying to maybe take the influences. And what's great is that as people are hearing the new single, which is Into You, which you can so if you pre-order the EP on the 1st of June, you get the single instantly, and then you get the rest of the tracks on the 23rd of June when the EP comes out. But it's great to hear people leaving messages and stuff to almost say, like, this, the sound sounds, you've got the influence, but this sounds new. It sounds like a new sound. And that's great, because it means we're staying in our lane. We're not trying to reinvent something. We're really trying to stay in our lane. And that's something that as a singer-songwriter and an artist, that's what you want to achieve. You don't want to come out and be called the next Ed Sheeran. You want to be you want to have your name and your identity, and so it's great, And for me, I've always loved the grasp of a soul voice. Yes. So, and that's where I really love exploring myself vocally. So with the soul stuff and the kind of, certainly the influence of pop music and the structure of songs in pop music is definitely a big part of it. And then the kind of American songbook, the American culture, and the country music. So a fusion of all of those things. So I'm just really hoping it continues to gather momentum and people like what I'm doing. Well, talking about the future, and this year, you're scheduled to travel to Nashville to begin filming an independent documentary titled Road to the Opry. Can you tell us more about that?
So the opera, do you know much about the opera? It's quite a staple.
I had a little look at it. Is it like the equivalent to the Greek theatre is over in America?
Yeah. So essentially, it started in 1925 as a radio show, and it still is a radio show. So every time they do a show, they put it out over the radio.
Oh my goodness!
And it started as a bit of a jamboree kind of show. I think it was once a week, and it's been at lots of different venues because they always needed a venue to stage the event.
Yes.
It started in 1925. It's going to be 100 years. It's the longest running radio show in the world.
Oh my goodness!
100 years. So, that's an interesting fact. But it's moved at various different locations. It spent a long time at the Ryman in Nashville, downtown Nashville. The Ryman the Ryman is almost the mother church of country music. It's where all anyone who's a famous or upcoming country music star or an established country music star will play at the Ryman. But the Opry obviously has its nearly 100-year history.
Yes.
So I'm traveling over in a couple of weeks. So we've got about 4 weeks to go, 4 or 5 weeks to go. And then me and a documentary maker are going over to Nashville to start filming an independent documentary, which we've labelled Road to the Opry. Now, it's my dream and aspiration to go out and play at the Opry. How it works is they have. What's great about the Opry is that they have not only is it steeped in history, and everyone who you can think of who has American cultural country acts, from Dolly Parton, Johnny Cash, to everyone has played on the Opry stage or been part of the Opry at some point. In fact, Johnny Cash was actually banned from the Opry for a little bit because he smashed some of the lights on stage, I think, or mic or something like that. But they obviously welcomed him back a few years later because he's such a cultural icon. But anyway, anyone who's anyone in country music has been through the Opry. It's almost like a kind of the school of country music, if you like, and they also open their doors up to new talent coming through. So it's almost like kind of the first door into country music, and it also stages the old timers as well. They've been in it for ages, and it would be the pinnacle for me to go out and play on the Opry stage. And how they do it is they normally invite on one evening, it's like an hour show, hour and a half show, something like that, with an interval, and they have maybe kind of 6 or 7 acts on one night, and they all come out and play maybe 2 or 3 songs each with the Opry band. So my dream is to play the Opry, and we are going out in the hope to pursue that dream, to meet people linked to the Opry, to find out more about how it's culturally impacted the music industry and Nashville, obviously.
Yes.
And being a big fan of country music and Nashville in general, I'm excited to go and start that journey. It may take us a few years to get to the Opry, but I think doing Britain's Got Talent and having the success I did have on the show, it's given me a kind of new lease of life. That if you want something, you really have to go and get it. So this is a real, true life story of, I have no links to the Opry. I know very few people from the Opry.
Oh, you're frozen.
But I'm going to Nashville in hope that one day I can go and play the Opry.
It'll be absolutely fantastic.
You still got me?
Yeah, I've still got you. So will this be something which is going to be shown on maybe Prime Channel or something like that, or is it something that's going to be released independently?
I mean, I'm hoping that by the time we get to we're just exploring it, obviously now starting the process, and we're going to be meeting some people in Nashville. Without mentioning any names, one person is very well linked to the Opry and country music, and we're going to be speaking to some people, meeting up with some people, and just really trying to get to the culture of the Opry and what it stands for, and and the impact that it's had on country music. But we're hopeful that as the story progresses,
yes,
and when we get nearer to the point where there's a chance we may even play it, then we can ramp it up and hopefully try and find. At the moment, it's an independent documentary that we're doing. And we don't really have a huge expectation in terms of kind of the distribution side of it at the moment. We're just going to try and live the dream and to get,
of course.
And to get there, we're trying to capture it from a really organic place and try and go through the process. I'd love nothing more than to capture this real base level part of the process.
Yes.
All the way through to 3 or 4 years' time, actually getting to the stage and having that whole process.
Yes. Documented, as it were.
Documented, and so that's essentially where we're coming from. And then, depending on where it goes, I think we'll just take it day to day, but we'll definitely be looking for distributors to try and help get it out. And if worse comes to worse, we'll look at some of the kind of the online media outlets. There's lots out there. There's lots of ways in which we can get it out there and get people to see it, because nowadays it's so easy to get stuff out there. But I'm just really hoping that I managed to get to go to the Opry. I mean, I don't want to be in a situation where, I wouldn't mind, but hopefully it will come sooner than this. I don't want to be in a situation where I'm 70 and I finally get to go out and play the Opry. Although it'd be
it'll be before then. It'll be very soon. I'm gonna.
Yeah. So that's essentially it, and we'll see where it goes. We're taking it day by day.
Indeed, I can see it going on Sky Yachts. Watch this space.
Sky Yacht, yeah.
That's the kind of thing, because I remember it was Brian Johnson of AC/DC. He did a tour of America, and he met up with all of his old pals like Billy Joel and people like that. And when I watched that, it was like maybe 6 or 7 programs, and maybe that's something. Maybe Sky may pick it up. But there you go. Then you'll have to keep up to date.
We'll definitely have some conversations, but we're just trying to. I mean, look, why can't I go over to Nashville and play the Opry if it's something I want to do in my heart of hearts?
Of course.
So we're going out. We're going out in search of the Opry, and I'm really hopeful that my journey can continue flourishing and things can continue growing. I've definitely got the heart and the steam to do it.
Exactly,
and hopefully it works out.
Yeah, I'm exactly the same philosophy. I'm like, get it now. Do it now. Do what you want to do now in life, because you only get one life and you're a long time dead, as they say. But
exactly.
Yes, I think it's going to be a massive success for it. So if you can keep us up to date, Nick, that would be absolutely fantastic. Now, getting back to your EP, which you mentioned early, which is called 1960, which includes the single Into You, which you said is released on the 23rd of June 2023 and is absolutely fabulous. And I do actually love I Got Lucky, which I mentioned earlier on. But where did you? Well, did you record the whole album? Did you say in Nashville?
No, so we actually recorded that EP here. Although some of the mixing and mastering, some of the process went over to Nashville. When I go over to Nashville in a few weeks, we're actually going to be recording again because we're going to be releasing another single probably in October time. So we're going over obviously to do the documentary stuff, but record again. But this EP was predominantly recorded here in England, in London.
And it's absolutely fantastic, and I've got it right here.
This is it.
It's absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. Well, have you got any other projects that you'd like to tell us about that's coming up in the future other than the Opry?
So look, not really. Except we are in the process of trying to get our live set together so that we can really take it to the road. I don't want to do it too prematurely. So I think maybe towards the end of the year, I'm hoping to announce some live shows.
Right, that'll be fabulous. So you'll have to let us know all about that as well. And I'll let all the listeners know here on Radio Shields and all my other radio programs as well. And finally, could you introduce your new single, which is Into You, from the fabulous EP, which is out now?
Yes, so my name's Nick Edwards, and I'm delighted for you to hear my new single, Into You, which is part of my next EP, titled 1960. It's officially out on the 23rd of June, but if you pre-order it on iTunes from the 1st of June, so in a few days' time, you'll be able to get the single instantly.
That's fabulous. Well, thank you so much, Nick, for joining me on the show.
Thank you. Cheers, Phil. I appreciate you having me.
And marvellous. And keep in touch and good luck with your documentary.
Thank you.
See you at the Opry.
Yeah. Thanks, Phil.
A London cabbie, a photographer, and a music legend. London Town is a cheeky, uplifting song about life in London and features legendary cutting crew songwriter and frontman Nick Van Eed. The story of the Condriacs is an inspiring and uplifting one, and one of the members of the fabulous group, Pete Spicer, joins me now. How are you doing, Pete?
I'm good, thanks, Phil. How are you doing?
I'm very good, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to have you on the show.
Pleasure to be here.
And please, could you tell us how the band got together?
Well, originally, that is actually quite a few years ago. It was, I wouldn't really say band. It was me and my friend. I mean, I'm in my 50s now, as is he. So I was a musician and a songwriter for years, but then kids came along and I stopped doing that. And at New Year's Eve, one night, one of my friends who was the lead singer in my old band said to me, do you know what, my New Year's resolution is to write an album? And I walked away from that and I thought, you know what, that's a great idea. So for the first time in about 15 years, I picked up the acoustic guitar and started writing. And in the next couple of months, through my son being friends with somebody at school, I then met Tony and we became friends. And Tony was a London cabbie and writing poetry. And at that time, we had no idea that he could sing. And we just decided we'd start to see if we could put his poems to music. And then he started singing. And I thought, how did this guy get this old and not know that he's got that voice? And that's kind of where it all started.
Yes, as you mentioned there, one of the other members of the band, Tony Slavin, was a London cabbie, and you were a photographer. And I hear this was actually a chance meeting, picking your children up at the school gate where you started discussing your passion for music.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And we were just like, I can remember walking through the park and we would just chat. And we, initially it was a friendship that we formed, and also a very similar love of music and similar artists. And so that's kind of where it all sort of began. And it was, and he said that he'd been writing poetry on the taxi ranks. And then he showed me his books that were like that thick with poems, like hundreds and hundreds of poems that he'd written. So that's where it all began.
So while he was waiting for a fare there in his cab there, he was jotting down a couple of bit of poetry there, which obviously, could turn into lyrics.
Yeah, and I mean, some of it was about people that he saw out the window. There's a couple of songs that, since then, that we've written about things that had happened to him in the taxi years before, and then have become songs later, where obviously he'd written the poem at the time, and then we've come back to it. Yeah, very interesting.
And what was it like working together for the first time?
It was probably terrible working with me because I'm really anal, and he's very creative and fluffy, and I'm very, patterns and line and form, and so there was an initial kind of tension on that, and actually the person that had to change was me, and relax and allow him to be creative. And in fact, when we started working together, I would write the melodies, but I would write melodies as though they'd been played on a keyboard, so they would always be on the note, on the chord, more like Depeche Mode, who I love. Depeche Mode melodies, very melodic but right on the chord, nothing soulful or bluesy about them at all. And then when he started singing some of those melodies, he would come off without even realizing what he was doing. He'd sing flat notes where I didn't feel there should be flat notes. But what he was doing was singing blues and soul, what he was doing without him even realizing, just through his influence of the music that he grew up with.
So there was an instant spark and the songs flowed from you both. Tony discovered he had a fine singing voice, which is rich and soulful with a slight rasp to it. And I believe your wives had something to do with the name of your band as well.
Yeah, well, we were having I remember my nephew saying to me when I was talking about the music, and he said, "Oh, my other uncle's having a midlife crisis too." That just about sums it up, doesn't it? And I think that's kind of how it is viewed, of these two old guys that thought they were going to become pop stars, which couldn't have been further from the truth. I've always loved creating music. I don't necessarily care where it leads me. The process is what I love. And so they would take the mickey out of us, and they would call us initially the hypochondriacs, which they then shortened to the chondriacs, because two men of a certain age moaning about health. So that's kind of where that name came from.
I love it as well, and it's quite catchy as well. Now, after gathering a catalogue of songs together, you both received a wonderful reaction to a performance of your songs on a local radio station and ventured into the studio to record the band's first EP and announced yourselves on social media. The Chondriacs following began to grow, and today the band boasts some 130,000 followers. Tony used to play and sing the songs they had written to his punters in the cab, some of whom were very high profile as well, including Brian Johnson of AC/DC, Art Garfunkel, Lewis MacLeod, also Wilf Scolding, Game of Thrones fame, who ended up appearing in one of your videos. I wonder what the punter's response was like for Tony serenading his passengers.
Well, I would have thought that most of them probably thought, what on earth is who? I think we've got in the wrong cab. But he's Tony's a really kind of warm, and it's hard not to fall in love with Tony from the moment you meet him. And I would imagine that obviously I've only known him as a friend rather than the driver of my cab.
Yes.
And I would have thought that most people really loved being in his cab because he's very chatty, and he would talk about the music and then play them a bit and maybe sing a bit to them. And I'm sure some people thought, oh dear, but we've got fans that are still following us today that came from, and they're friends as well, I would honestly call them friends, that came from sitting in the back of Tony's cab, all those years ago. They're still following us today.
Absolutely amazing. I bet you got some good tips.
Yeah, yes. Well, he did. And, when you think about, some of those people have become patrons. So they are, they subscribe to our music and help support us financially for all these years. It was amazing what he did in the cab. And I think that's where his love of performing, because he hadn't done anything like that before, his love of performing, albeit to 1, 2, 3 people in the back of the cab, I think that's where his love of it really started to grow.
Amazing. You could have had it called the Singing Taxi Driver.
Yeah, yes. I think there is actually a singing cabbie. I think there is. And he goes, yeah. So we can't beat the singing cabbie, but no.
But he was the original.
Yes. I think the key
Tony was the original.
Yeah. But he had a great time doing that, and he met a lot of good people.
I bet as well. Now, in 2017, the Chondriacs wrote a rather poignant song called Voices. Please, could you tell us about that?
Yeah, well, that was about, I'd kind of gone through quite a spell in my life, and that kind of created anxiety, and this was a subject that was very close to my heart, and we started talking about that's what people that create things do, is they can't always formulate their thoughts into words, so they create something to kind of get it out of your head, and that's what we did. And then I can't really remember how the connection happened, but we ended up doing something for Mental Health Week with the Mental Health Foundation, which are a great charity and often get overlooked because they're not one of the big ones, so you don't get the celebrities following them, and they're a great team of people and do some amazing work.
Yes.
And but so we released that song for that, and then we ended up Channel 5 News coming down to Tony's house and interviewing us, and we played the song live on Channel 5 News.
Excellent. And where is it that people can follow this particular charity?
Well, that's a very good question. If you just type into Google the Mental Health Foundation, it will be the first thing that comes up.
Fabulous. And we'll put a link somewhere so people can have a look at that website as well after the show. Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Now, Nick Van Eed, who I met many years ago in South Shields before he went on his world tour.
Right.
And then I haven't seen him since. He was doing a little bit of. He did like a personal kind of gig at the Customs House, which is a venue which is quite famous in South Shields. Yeah. And he did that, and he had his daughter. I think he was his son and his daughter. I think he's got a son, daughter. But in any case, his children were selling the merchandise in the foyer. Right. And then the next thing I had a chat with him after the show and things. And then the next thing was he was on a world tour. It was like, wow. Thank you for joining us for the official launch night of Celeb TV UK. It's been wonderful sharing some of our favourite interviews and entertainment with you, and this is only the beginning. There are many more celebrity conversations, music, features and exclusive new programmes on the way, including my forthcoming interview with the brilliant Wyn Starks. Please subscribe to Celeb TV UK, visit phil.rocks and follow us so you don't miss what is coming next. Thank you to every guest, manager, artist and viewer who has supported us. I'm Phil Wilson from everyone at Celeb TV UK. Good night, and we'll see you again very soon. See you soon. Good night. you